Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's Woodbine Mohawk Park, getting set for night two of our four-day rotation here. We're 45 minutes away from race number 1 of 12 for our 6:15 new post time. That pregame show at 5:30. We'll get to the fellas in a moment, and Randy and John standing by. We're on a fast track, all pacing dashes, -7 Celsius, 19 Fahrenheit, just a few flurries in the area, a west wind that's not too bad at 14 kilometers an hour. All in all, for early January, not too bad out there. As we welcome you back. Inside the announcer's booth, Chad Rosemary here to call the action. As mentioned, Randy and John standing by in studio. They've got plenty to discuss, including tonight's program. Lots to look forward to. Just like last night with the 12 dashes, we've got a pumped-up wagering menu. No carryovers necessarily to gloat about. We do have a one-night carryover in the high five, but we've got that third pick five that's going to start in race number 8. So races 1, 6, and 8 for the pick five opportunities. Let's get you caught up with the early changes on tonight's program. Race number 1 to start the first pick five. That one is guaranteed at $75,000, and we do have a scratch, I believe at this point, the only scratch of the night. Number 10 All-Star Commander, Judges Transportation. Race 2, number 7 PL Aussie. Up front, changes the shoes from flip-flops to aluminum. Flops to aluminum shoes up front on 7 PL Aussie in race 2. Third race to start the early pick 4, no changes. Race 4, pick 6 is underway. The 2 Hans By, blinkers to blind. Blinkers to blind on the 2 Hans By, whereas number 8 Cold Creek Pantera will go blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on the 8 Cold Creek Pantera. Fifth race, 8 Poseidon Sealster adds blinkers. Blinkers are added to number 8 Poseidon Sealster in race 5. Race 6 to start the mid-pick 5 starts with no changes. Race number 7 is all clear. Late pick 5 gets underway in race number 8. Number 3 Delta Sunrise. Aluminum to steel shoes up front, and a Murphy blind on the left is added. Aluminum to steel up front. A Murphy blind on the inside added to number 3, Delta Sunrise, in the kickoff to that late pick 5. Ninth race to start the late pick 4 is the open pace, no changes. Race number 10, number 2, La Mondier goes open to Swedish blinds. Open to Swedish blinds on the 2, La Mondier. Race 11, number 2, Utopia Blue Chip. Steel to flip-flops up front. Steel to flip-flop shoes up front on the 2 Utopia Blue Chip in the 11th. And the 12th and final with a one-night jackpot high five carryover of just under $6,300. Just note that number 1 national tier is not missing any chart lines. Chart lines are up to date. So just a handful of changes. If you're just tuning in, you can catch them on the scroll or check out hpibet.com. Good luck with all your Saturday night wagers. First of 12 getting underway in 42 minutes as we head downstairs for the Saturday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Randy and John.
The Woodbine Mohawk Park Racetrack is located within the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabe peoples and the Haudenosaunee, on whose traditional territory we meet. Mohawk, our namesake, is one of the Haudenosaunee nations, Kanyen-Kahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. This territory is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee to peacefully take care of the land and resources around the Great Lakes. Woodbine Entertainment is honored to care for this land, our human and equine athletes, and provide a place to race responsibly that offers a meaningful way of life for thousands of Ontario families. Miigwech, Niawen, Kanaskomitten, merci, thank you.
Campbell is still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell
Battle to the wire. Harmony Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Sun Beach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
Very authentic.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome to night 2 of racing here at Woodbine Mohawk Park in 2026. We got the year underway last night, 12 races, and we're going to have 12 on pack tonight as well. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to working yet again with my co-host, the Hall of Famer, Randy Waples, and solid night of racing. Last night, I know we had a couple of finals that we'll get a chance to preview momentarily, but I found this card, I think there's some horses that I'm really intrigued to watch and maybe side with tonight, but there's some races I found to be a bit of a puzzler.
Yeah, something I found last night, I thought last night it was going to be kind of a formful kind of a card, but it wasn't, and now tonight I find tonight's card to be a real mystery. So did you found tonight's card to be a bit of a mystery?
Yeah, some races.
Me too.
I'm going to take some stands. In some of
like
those
for
races.
a Saturday night, you know what I mean? Like usually it's a little, a little bit more, I don't know, easier to read, I guess. You always get your races where you're going to have one or two standouts. I don't see that happening tonight.
What makes it tough is some of those cancellations, right? Because
Yes.
some of those dates are a little bit off. Horses coming in having missed a few weeks. I'm sure that some of them are going to be fit, but that adds a little bit of a wrinkle. There's some 6 scratches, right? I mean, even was it last night we saw a horse compete that missed quite a bit of time. Stampa.
Yeah.
He's taken some support. Hadn't raced since October
Jason Libby.
31st.
Wasn't it? Was
Mike
it the Libby
Timpano.
horse? Oh, Shuri was another one.
Yeah, Shuri
okay.
was the winner.
Right.
Stampa was one that you and I said, this horse has taken an awful lot of support given we haven't seen it race since October 31st. I guess eligible to race given that he was
Timpano.
entered within that time frame that you don't not required
60
to qualify.
days, I think
Still a
it is.
bit
And he was in it, not on the date, but on the date that he entered is what
Yeah.
allowed him in. And it's
Still one of those things where I get it. It's within the rules, obviously.
I don't.
But it's still hard to handicap without any sort of charted line or maybe some added information for the public. That part can be a little bit tricky though.
Yeah.
Because that horse took a lot. That horse appeared pretty loaded.
How do you handicap him? You haven't seen a line since October the 31st. How do you handicap a horse like that?
Based on handicapping principles, when you miss that much time, how do you use a horse like that?
Yeah,
when
exactly.
You drove a horse,
But then he did take support, and he was put into play, and he did actually race kind of good.
It's pretty good. Didn't see much air, stayed on the rail, but the horse looked like it wanted out.
Yeah.
It would have knocked me out if it won. That's for sure.
There's again though, but that's a mystery. Like how do you factor a horse like that in there? It's
too tough.
You know what was one of the worst ones was the time. Remember the time Oka brought in, was it Ala Raj that had missed a year
yeah.
in the Maple Leaf Trot and had missed a full year of racing, and his first start's going to be the Maple Leaf Trot, and he wins.
Yeah, but at least he had qualifiers though, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did have a couple of qualifiers, but still, wow.
Yeah, I remember Ricky getting me a couple times with that. What was the horse's name? Jabberwocky.
Jabberwocky.
Getting
Yeah,
the both
he
of
was
us
tricky.
a couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
for
Well,
sure.
hopefully we don't have to guess on any more.
No mysteries.
No mysteries.
There's a few mysteries, but hopefully none that bad.
If I'm on the mystery, I hope that I'm guessing right. That's all I'm hoping for. But speaking of last night, though, let's look at that recap from yesterday's action. Tyler Borth kicking off the action with a pair of victories. Actually, I'm going to hope that he can do the same here tonight because I've got him on top in the first 2 races on tonight's program. Jody leading the way or tied with 3 wins as well, including one of the finals that he captured, the valedictory with Get Wings, one that you really liked in that spot, the betting public liking him as well. He's been really nice. He's been really developing and getting better each and every start.
Much the best of that bunch.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt about that.
Fastest trotter, like Chaos, so 55-3. He absolutely blew the doors off that group, didn't he, last night? That bridle change appeared made a heap of a difference for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he drove him differently too.
He did,
you know what I mean? He knew the horse was strong though. Like heading to the half, right? Trevor was taking a deep seat. The blind bridle. I think it worked fantastic last night, but I don't think it's one that you maybe would want to race him in every single week. He could get hot.
And the Niagara final, obviously better double down. One that raced really well. I know got a cheap half, got a nice middle half as well to work with, but still, I thought that she was sharper, and that's a filly that's certainly developed nicely, I thought, for trainer Herb Holland, because we saw quite a bit of greenness earlier on in her career.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Herb's a sharp cookie though. And like, we were saying earlier, like you had her on top, right? You said it earlier on the show there. You said, I hope I don't get the one I hope I get the one that win the first elimination, not the one that win the second elimination. But Herb's a sharp guy, man. And I mean, I don't think that he was really had her on her toes in that second elimination, but he certainly had her on her toes last night.
All right, so a nice winning effort there by Better Double Down. And now we're going to get a chance to see a Get Wings effort or victory in the valedictory. And tell you what, it looked to us that Jody Cullen charge was maybe going to, open up and run away. And that horse came to a stop relatively quickly, though, at the head of the lane. And there's Get Wings. Jody able to sneak out of there and wrapped up winner like he's been the last couple of starts.
Yeah, he is much the best of this group. No doubt about that. RB's Tenacious T, I thought he was going to come up with a big effort again last night, but just didn't seem like he liked the front 2 weeks in a row. Last week he took to it no problem, and then last night, just didn't seem like he was into it. Because he looked good around the turn.
Tell you what, major threat, a really good effort to be second at 99-1 right now. I know you obviously wouldn't have minded that.
No.
Off a mistake last night, misprinting your pick 5 ticket, right?
Yeah. I was sick in my early pick 5. No, late pick 5, I guess it would have been, right? Mid pick 5. Yeah. I had Get Wings on top in the race, but when I sent my pick 5 ticket in, I put major threat down as my pick in there. And I'm thinking, how did I do this? It was too late to change it. It had already started. And then the horse ends up finishing second at 99-1. I was that close to being a genius.
See, sometimes mistakes pan out. They really do. It would have panned out in a big way at 99-1 last night. But a good night of action, though, last night, without a doubt. But we're going to hope to make it even better here on this Saturday night program. And I tell you what, race 1's going to be a very, very tricky race to handicap because really there's nobody in this field that you can trust, with all due respect. But there's one that I'm going to be siding with as a single in the open, and that's going to be the 6-horse Twinbee Alliance. Really tough to like what we've seen from his early his 2025 campaign. Winless in 8 starts, hit the board once. Now, we didn't get a chance to see that qualifying effort at Flamborough because, they're not televised.
Right.
But that line looks appealing, and look who he was third to in that qualifying effort. Nazaire, who would be obviously a favorite in this spot, has gone some big miles in his career. I think this horse is going to be a lot better coming back to the big track. And I'm really intrigued at the fact that Gerard Demers is going to take over training duties here. I think that's the thing for me that kind of catches my eye quite a bit. And this is one that I'm willing to side with as a major player in the opener because, again, nobody else to me stands out. So I'm curious to hear if you slotted him in anywhere and who you went to in this spot tonight.
Didn't use him at all, but I did give him a really good look over. I like the qualifier. I like where you're going. I like the fact that, Gerard Demers, he's having a really, really big year this year, and he's, going to be taking over. Got a middle of the gate. Couple of things, though. Even before he had the rail at Flamborough in that qualifier and he gets away 6, even before that, it doesn't really seem like he brings a lot of gate speed. And if it's going to be first start back in a few months, I'm not 100% sure if he's going to cook him on out of there this time. So I'm more scared with him. Where's he going to get away? So I do like the horse, but I didn't use him in here. I kind of like the way Listen Lindo is racing right now, but I didn't use him either. I went with Late for Coffee.
Okay. Yep.
This is a horse that we've been watched him for a lot last year, 20 starts, and each time it seemed to me like he'd get a little better and a little better. And then his last couple of starts, he seems to me like he's getting right to the point where he's ready to vacate this class. So I'm going to go Late for Coffee with second time McNair.
You want to talk about how tricky this race is? Look, 4 different opinions here.
Yeah.
Some of us not even going, look, Garnet has Listen Lindo on top, you and I both, and Kevin not having this horse anywhere on the ticket. I'm going Twinbee Alliance, basically nobody aside from Kevin using him in underneath. Late for Coffee as well, you're the lone person using him on your ticket. We know he's capable if he can pop up with a big effort. Maybe those last couple of starts are an indication that he's ready for a winning effort, but he opened up taking money, right? 3-1 right now.
Yeah, and what I like about him right now is those last couple of starts he's been showing gate speed.
Yep.
He can get him in, he can get him out of there, get him into a good spot, and there's nobody any better at getting a ton out of a horse after the first couple of times that they've drove them than Dougie McNair. So biggest reason why I'm going to Late for Coffee is second time Doug McNair. But we've talked about this horse. He has been getting deeper and deeper each time they race him.
Parimutuel puzzler is what I like to call this opener because I think we're going to see a difference of opinions here. But I'm going to be going all in on the 6-horse Twinbee Alliance, hoping that the first start in the new barn can make a bit of a difference. We're going to move on to race number 2. We've got a field of 8 going postward here, Randy. And a major Perry was one that I wanted to take a wait-and-see approach on, in start number 1 in North America, you as well. I thought he raced pretty well in that effort, though, as well. I think he's going to be a big-time factor, but one that I'll use on my pick 5 tickets, just not on top tonight.
Yeah, that's my thing, too. I got him in for second. I also like the way that he raced in here. I went with PL Aussie.
Okay.
I thought that he raced, adequate in his last there. When he gets down into some of these cheaper classes, it's a small drop down, but nonetheless, it is a drop down. The last time that he was in a class kind of close to this was December the 20th, where he did come up with a win on the front. Don't necessarily like him. I mean, he wins a lot in front. I find that Louis always got along real good with them in front because he just roll them hard, and he'd usually bottom the field out. But I also found the few times that James, when he drove him, he'd race him from way off, and he'd come flying on the end of it to short field. He's been left with and raced kind of, into his races in his last couple of starts. I think that he could race either way, and we're getting a shoeing change. Amanda Riley sending in the aluminums up front. So they're taking the flops off, and they're going to go to the straight Nikes on PL
Seems
Aussie.
like a pretty big chewing change, I would have to say, especially this time of year.
With the track, the way that it
exactly.
is, you get that extra kind of grab and that, Yeah, I think it's a good change. Major Perry threw him in for second, and that's the way you're going?
Yep, and you know what? I used him underneath, but I went to Logan Behold. You know what? I see a lot of speed in this race. I think Odds on Capitalism might be aggressively handled. PL Aussie, Major Perry, Wallace Hartley could be aggressively handled in this spot. I like the way Logan Behold's been racing. I mean, back-to-back weeks closing up nicely. I think he's going to benefit from a lot of speed in front of him. Maybe he's going to be too far out of the action. There's always a possibility of that, but I tell you what, I really like the way he's been racing, and I think that this is one that can pick up the pieces at the end.
That is a really sharp pick, but doesn't surprise me coming from you.
Don't know. It's got to work out, though. But again, I just like the life that he's shown on the end of his miles, right?
So, everything you said is spot on.
All right.
Way to go, John.
Those are our thoughts in race number 2. We're going to move on to race number 3. That's going to kick off that early pick 4. We've got some talented pacing mares going closer here, Randy, and a few of them we got a chance to see in that mandatory payout, right, in that jackpot high 5. Some of these trips didn't work out for some of these rivals, especially in the middle of the gate between Caviar and Crackers and the 6-horse Tells on a Roll. They draw much better here tonight. I think that both should be a lot sharper, but I tell you what, it's still tough to trust either one of them right now because I don't think they're racing as well as we know they're capable of as of late.
Sporty Evie?
Caviar and Crackers.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah.
I'm wrong race. Okay, yeah, so Caviar and Crackers.
Your mind's all over the place.
All over the place, John. You got to reel me in here. I like the way that she raced. I know you could say that she was out of position in that last race. That was the high 5, 12 horses in it, a lot of action kind of going on in that one. So I'm going to go back to Caviar and Crackers in here, but there are... I'm not 100% sold on her, and she's not really bringing the form, you know what I mean? It's good form, but it's not the form that sometimes you're used to seeing with her. I am going to go that way, but I'm really, really scared of Tells on a Roll in here too. I got her in for second, and I think that with these two, they can either come out of there together, because Caviar and Crackers can leave if he wants her to, or they can, race at a different style. Either way, I do think that they're the two that scare me the most.
The way I look at it, I know that Caviar and Crackers is better suited when she has a target to chase. That doesn't mean you can't have a helmet to chase and leave out of there and work out a pretty good trip. It could line up 6-5 for all we know, and that could be a dream trip. Fred Hensley and his star pacing mare, but she's definitely a contender. You and I both going with her on top. Tells on a Roll. Wouldn't surprise me. She's got a good draw. You have to figure she's going to be aggressively handled. She doesn't have the 10-hole with 2 trailers tonight, but I tell you what, she's got it all. We both have her in underneath. I did include her in my pick 5 tickets because the last couple of starts in against similar company, I tell you what, she's raced really well in my opinion.
She's raced really good. No, the only reason I don't think I used her, I did use her in my pick 5 as well, but the only reason why I guess you could say I had her in for third is the rail.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just scared of where she's going to get away from the rail. Sometimes the rail can be a little bit tricky. She's got good gate speed, but she's got even better gate speed when she's middle of the gate to the outside of the gate.
Nice opportunity for Gerald Thiessen. Obviously picked up that drive late in the card on Style for a Mile. Going to get a chance to sit behind her yet again. She's got a much better draw to work with here tonight. I didn't factor her in as a win candidate, but I'm expecting a good showing from her.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think that too, that he can race her from off the pace, and when she races that way, he can set her up in a week or two for a big win.
All right, we're gonna move on to race number 4. That's gonna kick off that pick 6 sequence. Another pretty tricky race here, though, Randy. I mean, I had a tough time with this one. I think I went 4 deep in that pick 5. Booker Seelster, how impressive was he last time out? But from the rail, he goes to the 10-hole tonight, and he's going to be installed as the morning line favorite. Wouldn't be surprised if he got the job done, but things might be a little bit tougher from the outside. Did you side with him as a double-up candidate potentially?
Singled.
Singled. Okay, so you love him tonight.
Loved him last week. Yep. Don't know about tonight so far, but I love the way that he raced last week and love the barn that he comes out of. I think that this horse could, has a good possibility of just getting stronger and stronger. McNair sticks. That's 3 starts now, or this is going to be the 3rd start for Dougie and Booker Seelster. I know he's got the outside, but I think that I'm going to get a bit of a price. I think a lot of people will maybe, try to play against him. I was so impressed with him last week, and I'm really not all that overly impressed with what he's in against in here tonight. I've given Chef a couple of opportunities there, and I can't seem to get the job done with him. Doc's Ernest, there's another one. I think JD's tripped this guy out big time a few times, but all he seems to want to do right now is be second in there. So Booker Seelster, he's going to be a single for me.
All right, I went to Chef in this spot. Can't say that I absolutely love him though per se, but I love the fact when he left out of there, he got covered up. Obviously made that miscue. Things got a little bit tight, I think, at that half. I'm not sure if it was just a break where he stepped on a wheel or it might have been a bit of an interference break there. But nevertheless, I thought that we never really got a chance to see him finish off his mile. So one that I'm going to use on top here, hoping that maybe he can rebound with a better effort. You mentioned Doc's Ernest. I think Doc's Ernest is one that probably needed a couple of weeks off. Was racing tough, was aggressively handled in his most recent start, faded to be 5th. Can't say that I loved his appearance-wise in post-parade, though. I've seen him look better even during the race, but I think this is a horse that has raced really, really well for Kayla Henry. I'm expecting a much better performance here tonight, I think.
I agree. I think I got him in for second. I think that he can put up. The big thing with me, I think that if he pushes out of there, who comes with him? And I'm praying to goodness that it's going to be Booker Seelster coming with him.
Tell you what, freight days a week. Again, one that you and I both talked about, I think is better suited racing off a helmet. I know he was aggressively handled 2 starts back. Didn't finish up the way we know he's accustomed to finishing. How good was he last time out? Was never a contender from a win perspective, but he finished up nicely late in the mile.
Completely agree, and I think I would have probably threw him in for a part of the mix if Tyler Jones come back. And nothing against Todd Ratchford, but I don't know if Todd's drove him before, or at least ways in recent memory. And I'm a big person that if a horse races big, I really like to see the same driver come back again because they know that the horse raced good. Right. So hint, hint, Todd, the horse raced good.
There's our thoughts on race number 4. That's going to kick off that pick 6 sequence. We're going to move on to race number 5. That's going to close things out in this early pick 5. And Bob McClure in for 1 drive this evening, Randy, and his lone drive tonight is going to be a horse that he's super familiar with, and Poseidon Seelster, one that he's sat behind plenty of times in his career, and he's in a great spot, I have to think. And what's enticing to me is now Tony Montini is going to be taking over training duties. Don Lindsay going to be handing the training duties over to Tony Montini, still a co-owner on this veteran pacer. I mean, just try and convince me that this guy gets beat tonight because I'm all in on him.
And a bridle change.
Yep.
And I'm going to go from, looks like open to a set of blinkers on this guy tonight. So McClure's coming in for 1 drive. He's going into a different barn. He's already racing phenomenally well for Donnie Lindsay. His form right now is amazingly good. The new trainer, Montini, is going to send in a bridle change. It's going to close him up a little bit. Looks like it's going to go from open, but definitely he's going to be wearing blinkers. There's so much to like about him. But here, let me see if you can convince yourself out there, because we have the replay of Poseidon Seelster's last start in non-winners of 12,000. This is a drop down. The last time he was in this class, December the 13th. First start back after a couple of months of layoff, took good support and ended up finishing second. Has had a couple of starts since then and now coming back to this class. You tell me, John, what do you think about this last start?
A solid effort. And you and I both really love the horse. The eventual winner in this race, Bruno, no. You could see Bob never leaving the rail. Was moving well at the end of it. But again, I just probably a horse that just wasn't good enough to win on this particular night anyways. But a really good effort nonetheless, I thought. And I think tonight's going to be all systems go. I think he's going to be handled aggressively from the outside. He's in a perfect spot to get that first win here of 2026. And I think this is a horse we know that has so much talent, has always displayed speed, but he's just a rocket off the car. He can get out of there without any trouble whatsoever. So you and I both on the same page with Poseidon Seelster. Garnet and Kevin are going to team up and go to Uncle Shank. Thought he raced fine last time out. I think that final quarter is going to translate nicely. The 10-hole might be a little bit of a tricky factor for him. He can leave out of there. That's not the issue. You know what? I still thought he should have finished off that mile 2 starts back. I really do. And he got picked off by a fast horse, but he should have finished it off, in my opinion.
True. And then the fact is now he's got the 10-hole.
Yep.
And he's not taking him to the back.
Nope.
He's going to come out of there. Mm-hmm. So if he pays for it hard, and he kind of faded a little bit last week there, what's he going to do this week? I threw him in for 3rd. I agree with him. I think he's a horse that you could use. You could use him up on top. You should really try to use him in somewhere. I think he's live, but I don't see him as a win candidate from the 10-hole. If he had middle middle of the gate, I'm all over them. But where I think that they, if you're not going to go with Poseidon Sealster, how do you not go with Lose World?
Lose World really good last time. I think he needed that trip, right?
He did.
He was obviously handled aggressively. 2 starts back, things didn't work out. Jody back aboard, who's pretty familiar with him, has a lot of success sitting behind him, guided him to a perfect trip there, to a victory. But I tell you what, Poseidon Sealster, for me, the biggest thing is on December 5th, that qualifying effort was superb in my opinion. He was absolutely loaded with James aboard. And then he stepped up into the same class on December 13th. And look, he was second best, but I tell you what, I still thought he raced really, really well. And to me, he's still tight line to driver Bob McClure. Nobody was going to get to Dublin Dasher in that spot, but he still raced really, really well. And then what happens the week after? You step up against tougher company, and the same thing happens the following start after that. So he's back in the non-winners of 9,000 class, where I thought he was going to be a big-time factor on the 13th. I say it's all systems go tonight.
I agree. I do. Right. And again, McClure coming in for one drive.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He loves this horse, but he also knows it's a super live drive.
For sure.
All right, there's our thoughts on race number 5. We're going to move on to race number 8. That's going to kick off that third and final pick 5. Again, we've got 12 races on tap tonight, which means 3 pick 5 sequences. Man, some of these legs are really, really tough for Andy. Morning line favorite being the 4-horse One More Bet, but we know that this mare is awfully camera shy. It races well, without a doubt, but just tough to trust as a win candidate for sure. But I can make the case for several in here, but I know there's one in particular you're a fan of tonight.
Yeah, Blinded by Delight is going to be my Waples watch on here. I know she's coming in off of a vet scratch sick. Not always the time that you want to kind of pull the trigger on one, but there's a few things about her that I really like. And the number one, she is going to be making first start Lasix. Now, I'm a big fan of second start Lasix. When the first start Lasix, they don't do an over bunch with them. But there are certain horses that I will go to first start Lasix. If it's a horse that I think is racing really, really good, that, isn't bleeding bad enough that the first time Lasix could be enough to make the difference. So she's going to, Blinded by Delight is going to go first start Lasix. Tyler Borth's going to stick with her. He's been sticking with her good. Love the barn that she comes out of with Burgess. And I think that she brings a lot of class. I've used her different times from the 9 hole up higher than the class that she's going to be racing in here tonight. So I've always had a bit of a like on this one. But the replay that we're going to show you, and we're going to take you ways back. So she hasn't raced since December the 6th, and we're going to take you to the November the 21st, and that's when she was in the non-winners of 9,000 class, which, basically one of the cheaper classes that she's been in here. But here's the reason why I wanted to send this one is what I was saying. I don't think she's far away from being a win candidate anyway. And I think that first start Lasix could be enough just to put her over that hump. So let's take a look at this replay. Like I said, no Lasix then, but she spends a great deal of time on the outside, and I think she comes up with an extremely nice mile. And you would only think that even with the first start Lasix, as long as he's got a fairly good mile into her, which I think that he would, he's a real sharp guy, Blair. I think that she is more than capable of coming up with a big effort in here. So again, she spent a long time on the outside in this track. She was out there for a long time for Tyler, and she just keeps coming. And like I said, this is no Lasix. This to me is a sign that she needed the Lasix. She can go by. She's just not putting herself by. She's looking after herself right there. So first start Lasix, if she happens to get tripped out and realizes that she's not going to bleed, it could be enough tonight. But that's why I like second start Lasix, if you can get them through first start.
The date for me was kind of the deciding factor of where I was going to rate her tonight, right? But for you, you're confident, despite the stale date, and out of Blair's barn, that she's going to be, she's got a fitness tightener into her, you're guessing?
I think so, yeah. I think that he's probably got a good mile into her at some point.
A lot of talent.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of talent. I'm really curious to see how this Lasix is going to factor into
Blair or the horse?
A little bit of both.
Yeah, for no doubt. I got to go with you on that.
All right, but deep field, though, in race number 8, this is going to be a competitive way to kick off that late pick 5. We're going to move on to race number 9, and we've got our featured event here, the $40,000 open pace. Field of 6. And I think these two, starting from the middle of the gate, are going to be the ones that everybody are going to be looking at. But we've got Salzburg Victor back in town. Randy, after a stint in the United States, raced several times across Kentucky and Ohio. He's coming off some recent tries at Dayton. but he's back home, and I'm excited to see him being another addition here to the circuit.
You know, this is another one, eh? Talk about an overachiever, because we've seen him a few years ago. Remember when he made his way up into the open class, and at first you kept thinking yourself, well, he's a really nice horse, but he's not an open pacer. And then Austin Sorey and Salzburg Victor just took off. They win about 9 out of their next 12 races, all in the open. So really nice horse, and nice to have him back here as well. Before I say which way that I'm going, where did you go?
I went to Brew Hanover tonight.
I knew that you would.
I figured,
okay,
you know what,
go ahead.
I'm going to go and see if he can maybe turn the tables. It's tough, though, because Tarasi's been so sharp. I'm just hoping that tonight Brew can either sit on his back or cut this mile, because he's had to make up a little bit. He's moving well, but Tarasi's just got that breather just enough where he can kind of sprint away, but he's been sharp right now.
When since he's come back after his 2 qualifiers, Brew Hanover, what was his best start?
I thought his best start was, I thought it was last week. I
Agreed.
Really did. I did.
Completely
Left
agreed.
Out of there, took a bit
I
of a
thought I
shuffle.
could get away with one more week, and you jumped all over it. Good for you.
Well, I mean, he's going to take a lot of support.
He
He's
is,
take
but
a lot of support.
we got the replay. Let's take a look at this replay last week. I go Tarasi, the wonder child over there. He's going to go Brew Hanover. I mean, and again, it's just a sharp pick from you, brother, because like I said, to me, this was the start where we started to see the Brew Hanover again. Tarasi raced fantastic. I really do believe that the reason Tarasi won this race is because of the guy sitting behind him. Okay. I think the drive won this race. I don't necessarily believe that he overpowered the rest of them. James escapes out of a really, really nasty situation. And, here he starts to move forward with this big guy now. And like I said, big horse recently came back. To me, this is the start where he really started to show that, he was back to being Brew Hanover again. I'm going to go one more week with Tarasi because, like I said, I kind of thought with the post position draw, I could get there one more time. But I'm not surprised that you went with Brew.
I can't fault you for Tarasi. Again, it was a coin flip for me. It was really tough deciding between the two because I think Tarasi's going to have the edge tactically in this spot. And again, he's just been so good. I backed him on November 22nd, knowing that I'd get a better price because I think that this is a horse obviously with a heap of talent. And if you give them a couple of starts, the price goes with it. And I figured, let me take advantage and start number 1. We're not going to get a price on either one of these two horses, but just one that I think these are probably the 2 most probable winners in this race, I'd say. But remember the Alamo, raced well last time out too. He's one that can definitely throw a bit of a wrinkle in this race, I'd say as well.
I think that we remember the Alamo. The best thing that they can do for him is what they did last week. If they do that a couple of times, I say that at some point his wicked speed, he squirts through and is able to get the best of Tarasi or Brew Hanover.
All right, and Salzburg Victor, like I said, curious to see what kind of trip we're going to see, but he always seems to race better this time of year in the winter time. That's when he starts to string together some good efforts. But again, he's coming back home against a couple of sharp pacers in Tarasi as well as Brew Hanover. We're going to move on to race number 10. That's going to wrap up this mid-pick 5. Field of 8 going posted here, Andy. A couple of horses that you've liked in back-to-back weeks. Self-Made and RJ Ringo, they both draw the middle of the gate, but you are going to go in a different direction in this spot tonight. You're going to go to the far outside. Ariel Hanover. Curious to hear your thoughts on this guy tonight.
Well, I sat behind him in a qualifier. I mean, this is a high-powered horse, real high-powered horse. Big engine on him, He can do a lot, cover the ground real good, nice gated, lot to go with him. Recently, it looks like he's come back from a little bit of some time off. Only the 8 starts last year, more or less come towards the end of it. Now, he's 7 years old and he's a big horse, and I've always been a believer that when you get into that, 6 to 10 years of age, it always seems to me like no matter how many training miles you get into them, whether it's a trotter or a pacer, you need races. That's the only thing that gets them tight is you need races. So he's got 8 races into him now and a couple of qualifiers too. I think that he's ready for a good effort. Again, I know what he's capable of. When he was here earlier on as a younger horse, he could get himself right up to the open. Just a really good. You could see the speed badge of 49 and change, So this last week was the first time in my recent memory that James McDonald has drove this guy. And I honestly did think that James would get along real good with him, but I didn't use him. He had the 9-hole, and I think that James really did get along good with him. So let's take a replay at Ariel Hanover. Going to come back to more or less the same class. Non-winners is 7,300, non-winners is 6,100 last start, but same class, just a little bit different, higher number on the end of it. But Ariel Hanover had the 9-hole and had to leave out of there a huge quarter, 27 flat from the 9-hole where he was parked, just to to get into that position right there. And now here's the point. Here it comes down where I think that this horse needs racing. This is where it really starts to show. He's every bit as competitive as the rest of them, but right in through here, he's going to start to lose the oxygen. The fitness is going to start to count right here. But he raced him hard last week. I'm not 100% sure if he's going to have to race him as hard this week. So I'm going to take a chance at him. 10-1 morning line. I got a feeling I'm not going to get 10-1 on him. But if he races as good as I think he can, just like John said, next week the price disappears.
No, I think you're going to get more than 10-1 on him tonight. You're the only one going with him in this spot. He was 13-1 last time. Look, the line doesn't look appealing, but again, it's nothing flashy about their effort. But what you mentioned was key. Again, it might maybe just a fitness tightener that he needed, and the fact that he left out of there. You like when horses get tired, and he could respond with a good effort. Look, there's going to be some speed in this race, right? I thought your top pick, Self-Made, raced pretty well last time out. I think he'll be leaving out of there. RJ Ringo. Tough trip last time out. Got parked a long way. And I think Sergeant Slaughter, I thought, raced pretty well. And I think he'll be aggressively handled as well. What do we make of Lamandier? Again, 2 starts here in North America. He worked out a picture-perfect trip last time out, but he just didn't fire the way I expected him to.
Yeah, the only thing I threw him in for second simply because he's got an inside post. I think that Brett can, get him into a good spot. Nothing against whoever was driving him before, but there's a pretty good chance that Ron's going to really try to have him as good as possible for his son being in town. No different than sometimes we'll see Scotty Z come into town and Rick will have his horses just on their toes, So I like him in here, and they're getting a bridle change to him. They're taking the open bridle off of him. I was never a big fan of open bridles anyway. I don't mind them, but they're not one of my go-to kind of bridle. And he's going to go from an open to a Swedish blind. So he's either going to be wearing the blinds up when he comes on the track, which means that he'll be starting out in an open, or the blinds are going to be like this, which means that when he pulls the cord, then he's going to get an open. Either way, it's a bridle change, and maybe that's all it's going to take. I don't think he's far away from coming up with a big effort, so I'm going to throw him in there because he drew good.
Competitive race, though.
Very competitive. Another mystery.
Race. All right, we're going to move on to race number 11. That's going to be the first half of that late double. Field of 7 here, and another group of talented pacing mares, and so much more. We're going to get a chance to see her back in action, and just a tough trip in that mandatory payout. I tell you what, she raced really well in defeat. Can't say that I've loved the way she looked in parade appearance-wise last. I've seen her look better. Maybe I'm not saying she wasn't. She didn't put forth a good effort by any means. I've just seen her look better.
I thought that she looked incredibly sharp. You know what I mean? Like really like sharpness-wise, and she was trying to make herself sharp too, swinging the head around and trying to get into it. I did not like the way that she was bringing their front feet up off the ground. To me, she was just snapping them up, like a person standing on a hot plate or hot sand, I think her feet were maybe bothering her a little bit last week. I just did not like the way that she was moving. And when she raced the way that she did, I know she was first over, but she didn't look the way that she normally did. And yeah, she finished third, only beaten a half a length. But again, if a horse is footsore, that's what you get. You don't usually get them, they get beat 5-6 lengths. They'll get beat a half a length. They'll get beat ahead. They just won't push themselves past that last horse. So I'm going to throw her in for fourth tonight. Hope that the read was okay last week, and that that it's not going to cost me in here tonight. And I'm going to go with Miss Quicksand. That's where I'm going to go, and we're going to show the replay on her as well. She's going to be my beat the favorite, and the biggest reason is her form right now is dead on fantastic, just as good as. I mean, I'm not putting her at the level of some of these mares, but her form right now is at the level of these mares. And the other thing is too, don't like her on the inside wing. I don't like her when she draws 1, 2, and 3. I don't like her at all. She can't get out of there. She always gets herself into a situation where she either has to be first over, remove, or sit fourth on the inside, and it never seems to work out. This is basically what happened. So this week, she picks up Jody for the second week, and now she gets the outside wing, and I think that he's going to be able to scoot her right on out of there. So let's take a look at Miss Quicksand, and like I said, she had the 2-hole. He gets away 7th with her. That's not the first time that she's had an inside post and gotten away poorly. But does she have any go? I say the form is still there. She's sitting, 5 back on the rail right now. She's probably I'd say about, 6 lengths out of it, John, and now she's still, you can tell by his body language, he has to move her sideways. There was no room up the inside of Trevor with Angostura. But does she just let Trevor get away from her? No. And look at the body language still on Jody. He cannot turn her loose. Angostura beats her a couple of lengths, she's that far back, but at no point was she ever turned loose. Now she's got the outside wing in a field where I think that Jody can just scare her out of there and get her into a good spot. Century Jamila scares me, but if Miss Quicksand gets to the front, nobody scares me.
I might have gone a little bit too light on Miss Quicksand tonight. That was a good effort. I was impressed by a few of them in that race. I thought Angostura Hanover certainly raced really well, but
she did.
Like you mentioned, I think I love the fact that Jody got a chance to sit behind her with that kind of effort last week.
Agreed.
Because he's going to come back knowing he's got a live mare, that he's going to get
and
a
an
chance
outside
to sit
wing,
and with gate speed.
Yeah, and so from the outside, she can fly out of there. You know
what? And the horses to her inside, I think Century Jamila is going to be leaving out of there. There's a lot of speed. I don't think you have to worry about Line's Better Day.
No.
Per se, leaving out of there. I think this is a horse that can close up for a piece, but that makes Quicksand, again, she's sharp. She stepped up against it wasn't a big jump up in class. It was just a big jump up in terms of the competition she took on.
Talent.
A lot of talent there, but she's got talent herself without a doubt. So nice replay that you highlighted there, Randy. I think definitely a mare that seems to be continuing to trend in the right direction. So we're going to look at some early pick 5 tickets, and I'm curious to see your thoughts here.
And you went Dusty Lane Levi in the last?
I did go Dusty Lane
too.
Levi. Going to be my best bet tonight. I'm a little surprised, though, that you know what? I know you factored in Lose World. I'm surprised you didn't single Poseidon Sealster. I thought you would have done that for sure tonight.
The only thing that's scaring me is sometimes, Poseidon Sealster, as great of an animal he is, sometimes he's a little camera shy.
Yep.
If Jody, who's got the inside of him, lands on his back, the way Lose World is racing right now, could he out-sprint him? I say he
Great
could.
point.
So that's the reason why I went that route. Just not a real formful one for me. The only single is going to come along in race number 10, and I think that Booker Sealster is a single. So a little bit more money than what I normally like to spend, but we started the show off, and I was honest with it and told you, it's a bit of a mystery to me tonight.
If you can get by the first 2 legs, I think you've got a great shot to hit this ticket, because I think Booker Sealster outside Jarnot, he's obviously a big-time contender. Those first 2 races are tough.
Really
I think
tough.
you've got 2 contenders, but you can make the case for 3 others. And how about the first race? I mean, it's a puzzler,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
I mean, you landed on the inside too. They're taking support. They're logical. They're contenders. But man, I found the sequence to be awfully tricky. So $32 cost for you. I believe mine's going to be $36. I'm going to go bookend singles. I'm going to go all in on Twin Bee Alliance in the opener. I'm just going to side with Poseidon Sealster, just hoping that his class can prevail on this spot, Randy. And then I think I've got enough coverage in those middle legs to kind of get me to leg number 5. I just need to get through leg number 1 first.
Yeah, listen, it's a maiden. Horses, yours is 4 years old and still hasn't won a race yet. My top 2 there, they're, one's a 4-year-old, one's a 3-year-old, and they both won, a race on a B track someplace. So it's a really mysterious little card they gave us tonight.
Very mysterious sequence without a doubt, and I think that's exactly the way it kicks off in race number 1. And you're going to look at more pick 5 tickets. We're going to look at your mid-pick 5 ticket, Randy, and a $16 cost with a pair of singles here in this sequence for you.
Yeah, 8 and 10 are my 2 singles, and that's going to be Blinded by Delight. I'm going to try to separate myself here with Blinded by Delight. And then in race number 10, I singled the other long shot in there, and that's going to be Ario Hanover. I like him in here tonight. So yeah, those are going to be my pick 5. The opening leg of it, the race number 6, I found that one to be extremely difficult as well.
Yep.
I mean, Man Destiny is going to be my top pick in here, but I don't really love anybody in there.
Same with me. I think that the Feast and Man Destiny are probably the ones that you can rely on the most, and if they get beat, I think that's where I probably falter as well. In the late pick 5 ticket for you, Randy, a $48 cost.
And you can tell who the single is.
Yeah, all in is going to be, Dusty Lane Levi, one that continues to just impress in a big way.
I'll say, yeah, really, really racing very, very well right now.
All right, so some coverage there before you get to that final race and race number 12. But let's look at some your plays of the night, Randy. Let's look at your 4-pack here as we kick off this Saturday night program.
Okay, all in is going to be Poseidon Sealster in race number 5. He's going to be the 8-horse in there. Then we're going to move on to Waples Watch. Is going to be Blinded by Delight in race number 8. Worth a Look. It's going to be Ario Hanover, the 8-hole in an 8-horse field. And my Beat the Favorite is going to be Miss Quicksand.
Yeah, again, I think Miss Quicksand, one that you definitely need to give a second look after replay effort there in her most recent. So I'm in agreement with you, Randy, on my on your all in. I'm all in on Poseidon Sealster. My maiden breaker is going to be Twinbee Alliance to kick things off in the opener. My worth a look, Logan Behold, race number 2, and my best bet.
Nice pick.
I'm with you, Dusty Lane Levi, really, really impressive. I know that Travis Cullen trainee or Jody Cullen trainee Blue Bar really needed that wire last time up because Dusty Lane Levi, he was sharp.
Yeah, he is. He's really, really racing well.
Gislan Piquet in agreement with us. It's time, Poseidon Sealster. I couldn't agree more, Gislan. And Garnet Barnstable is going to be going head-to-head with all three of us. Spot play is going to be Uncle Shank. And Kevin Plaucha, he's on board with us, Randy. Dusty Lane Levi is going to be spot play in race number 12. We're moments away from kicking off this Saturday night program. Thanks for joining us on the pre-show, and we'll be with you all night long to take you through this night of action. Best of luck.
If I cut my hair, hope I grow it long, back tight like way before. If I wear it straight, will they like me more? Like those girls on front covers. I don't want no struggles, I don't want no fears. I don't want no struggles, I don't want no fears. Got time to feed myself and soul. Time to feed myself and soul.
Here comes the Fed.
It is Confederate. Isn't he magnificent?
He seized more than $2 million in his illustrious career, with arresting victories in the most wanted list of races.
Confederate 146-1, a world record.
Confederate destroys them.
Hailing from a long line of heroes, he's destined for greatness. Confederate, standing at Diamond Creek Farm.
Johnny Walker Black Label. The same, with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Field for the first on parade. Here's number 1, Hey I Can Fly. Phil Hudon's in the bike for owner-trainer Doug High. Lou Knows the 2, driven by Daryl Thiessen. Matt Dupuis trains for Antonia Smith. 3 is Late for Coffee. Doug McNair at the controls. Dwayne Marfisi does the training for Roy Sproxton, Harbhajan Singh Dillon, Daryl Kaplan, and Gary Morit. 4 Captain's Legacy, driven by Jody Jameson, is trained by Francis Dumichel. Francis also owns with Robert Dolly, John Nislik, and Claude Gradin. Je ne sais quoi, the 5, driven by James McDonald. Tyler Schlottman trains for Kevin Skilton. The 6, Twin Bee Alliance, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Gerard Demers for Twinbrook Limited. Number 7, Listen Lindo. Boyd Wilson owns and trains Billy Davis in the bike. 8 is Crazy Horse Creek. J.R. Plant to drive. Barry Bird trains and owns with Debbie Bird and Brian Davey. Todd Ratchford drives the 9, Tonino. Mike Wade trains and owns with Anne-Marie Colville. Scratch the 10. That's your group of 9 for the Saturday opener. It starts our first of 3 Pick 5 opportunities. The early one, guaranteed at $75,000, starts in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 1. That's going to kick off this Saturday night program. We're scratched onto a field of 9. And what a tricky way to kick off the card, Randy, because nobody really kind of stands out as a big-time win candidate. But I'm going to be going all in on the current 2-1 favorite, Twin Bee Alliance, one that's going to be debuting here for new trainer Gerard Demers. First time in his barn, I should say. I'm enticed by that qualifying line, and I'm really enticed to see what he can do here in this group tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he looks as live in there as anybody. Right now, the ones that kind of stood out to me when they come onto the track is I really think the 1 horse looks fantastic out there. Hey, I Can Fly. I think the horse that we were just looking at, Late for Coffee, looks good. This Captain's Legacy really, really looks good out there as well for Dumichel. And the other one that looks really good too is the 6 horse, your top pick.
Yeah, taking some play though, without a doubt. And there's a look at him. Again, you don't get a chance to see his qualifying effort because they aren't televised at Flamborough. But again, I think the line looks appealing enough for me to say, I'm going to give this guy a whirl in a race that lacks a clear stand-up. But you went to Late for Coffee, a pair of third-place efforts coming off back-to-back, show spots there. He's inching closer to another trip to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody in here that I think is just going to come up and set a track record in here. But what I like about Late for Coffee is, again, second time McNair. I know that he's obviously a difficult horse to get to the winner's circle. He's only got there once, and that was in 2-1 at London. But I find that he has gotten a little bit better. Dougie's going to get a second chance to sit behind him. And what I like about him is the fact that even though Twin Bee Alliance that's a really, really nice qualifier, I'm just scared sometimes when a horse comes in here with only 1 qualifier and no real lines in the last couple of months. You know what I mean? Because if they over race it, say he gets out of there in a good spot, but they happen to go down to the half in 56 or something, I think it'll hurt a horse with less fitness. Whereas Late for Coffee, whether he wins or not, he's had 21 or 20 straight races. He's got the fitness under him.
He's taking some support though at 9-5 right now. It's Twin Bee Alliance. Lou Knows, one that you've also used. I think he's been racing well. Again, I thought it was a solid effort last time out, nothing flashy, but maybe he needed that big track tightener.
I agree with you. I think he did need to take a good look at it, because even when he came on the track, you could just see he was one of those horses that wasn't real sure about his surroundings. But I thought that he had good pace last week on the end of it.
got mixed feelings on Listen Lindo. I think this is a horse that can definitely put forth a solid try. I didn't love his effort last time out. I thought he faded poorly, but dominant score at Flamborough the start prior when he did race at Mohawk on November 9th. I thought he raced really well off a helmet, so I'm curious to see what kind of trip he's going to work out here tonight.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of looked at the same as you there. I thought that the score over at Flamborough was really, really good. Then when he had to come here on a bigger track and face tougher competition, he faded. So I'm just going to take a wait and see on Listen Lindo.
All right, they're getting set to go to the track here for race number 1. That kicks off this pick 5.
Last chance to play this pick 5 too as it continues to climb towards the guarantee. Don't think it'll have any issues jumping over that based on the number it's currently at, 60,000 and climbing. 3-2 on the 6 Twin Bee Alliance going to the Demers barn, getting plenty of attention. It's post time, race 1. First race field, lined up behind the gate. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And showing some speed from the 7-hole. Listen Lindo drives forward here for Billy Davis. Listen Lindo strides out to grab the early lead. With Late for Coffee into the top 2. Outside of that one is Je ne sais quoi. To the inside is Lunos. Into the mix. Racing about 3 wide right now to the opening turn is Twin Bee Alliance. He'll now settle back for a spot along the pylons as they all get lined up. Hey, I Can Fly next in line. And then it is Captain's Legacy, who's followed by Crazy Horse Creek and Tonino at the back. 28-1 opening quarter. Listen Lindo puts up the early speed, leads it 2 into the backstretch on Late for Coffee, with Lunos tracking third, a length and a half in front of Je ne sais quoi. And then it is Twin Bee Alliance, bet down to 4-5. Right now, paces along 5th, about 7 away from leader Listen Lindo. Still parked on the outside is Tonino. To the inside, Hey, I Can Fly, the last pair, Captain's Legacy, and Crazy Horse Creek. Listen Lindo gets them down to the half, still leading nearly 2. They're in 58-2. Late for Coffee still occupies the pocket. Twin Bee Alliance was brought out first up out of 5th. Is now up to 3rd, about 3 away from Listen Lindo. So Tonino, despite parking the road, is moving forward on cover. 2nd over up to 4th. Inside 5th is Lunos. And then it's 2 more to Je ne sais quoi, who's a length and a half in front of Hey, I Can Fly, who's now going to go into a blind switch. Outside of that one is Captain's Legacy, starting up Crazy Horse Creek. 3 quarters in 127-2 for Listen Lindo, but Twin Bee Alliance continues to make gains on the outside. Just about a head away now. Listen Lindo called on for more. Twin Bee Alliance now takes over and tries to draw clear in deep stretch. We've got an 8th to go, and it's Twin Bee Alliance. And Tyler Borth taking over the lead. On top by a couple. Listen Lindo fighting to hang on for the place. Lunos closing the center of the track. Late for Coffee to the inside, but Twin Bee Alliance will win by about 4. Listen Lindo 2nd, Lunos 3rd, and 156-3. Unofficial 6-7, 2-8. It's the maiden breaker for race 1 winner number 6 Twinbee Alliance, who returns in front of us. For Bay Gelding by Always Be Mickey is from the Shadow Play Dam. Twinbee Epic. The Twinbrook Limited Homebred is trained by Gerard Demers, driven to victory by Tyler Porth. It's his first career win, and he does it in 156-3 as the odds-on choice. First race payouts, number 6 Twinbee Alliance, $3.90, $3.240. Second, 7 Listen Lindo, $3.93. Third, 2 Lou Knows, $4.30. $2 Exacta, 13 Even, $1 Try, $29.80. The $1 Super, $294.70. Just shy of 100,000 wagered in the early pick 5, with more than 33,000 in live money. Moving on to leg number 2. First race field, lined up behind the gate. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And showing some speed from the 7-hole. Listen Lindo drives forward here for Billy Davis. Listen Lindo strides out to grab the early lead. With Late for Coffee into the top 2. Outside of that one is Je ne sais quoi. To the inside is Lou Knows. Into the mix. Racing about 3 wide right now to the opening turn is Twinbee Alliance. He'll now settle back for a spot along the pylons as they all get lined up. Hey, I Can Fly next in line. And then it is Captain's Legacy, who's followed by Crazy Horse Creek and Tonino at the back. 28-1 opening quarter. Listen Lindo puts up the early speed, leads it 2 into the backstretch on Late for Coffee, with Luno's tracking third, a length and a half in front of Je ne sais quoi. And then it is Twinbee Alliance, bet down to 4 to 5. Right now, paces along 5th, about 7 away from leader Listen Lindo. Still parked on the outside is Tonino. To the inside, Hey, I Can Fly. The last pair, Captain's Legacy and Crazy Horse Creek. Listen Lindo gets them down to the half, still leading nearly 2. They're in 58-2. Late for Coffee still occupies the pocket. Twinbee Alliance was brought out first up out of 5th. Is now up to 3rd, about 3 away from Listen Lindo. So Tonino, despite parking the road, is moving forward on cover. Second over up to 4th. Inside 5th is Lou Knows. And then it's 2 more to Je ne sais quoi, who's a length and a half in front of Hey, I Can Fly, who's now going to go into a blind switch. Outside of that one is Captain's Legacy, starting up Crazy Horse Creek. 3 quarters in 127-2 for Listen Lindo, but Twinbee Alliance continues to make gains on the outside. Just about a head away now. Listen Lindo called on for more. Twinbee Alliance now takes over and tries to draw clear in deep stretch. We've got an 8th to go, and it's Twinbee Alliance. And Tyler Borth taking over the lead. On top by a couple. Listen Lindo fighting to hang on for the place. Lou Knows closing the center of the track. Late for Coffee to the inside, but Twinbee Alliance will win by about 4. Listen Lindo second, Lou Knows third, and 156-3. Here's how they all finished in the opener from the top down. It reads 8-3-5, 6-9-1, 2-4-7, and scratch on the bottom. Race number 2 is coming up next, where 7 PL Aussie will go flip-flops to aluminum shoes up front. Post time in 17 minutes.
All right, Twin View Alliance kicking off the card with a dominant winner. 4-5, though. I didn't expect that, but he was good to go and start number one for the new trainer, Gerard Damaris. He had him ready to rock.
And first up.
Yeah, first up.
A lot of things
Again,
you need to like about
one of
him.
those things, just not an overly deep field, right?
Not an overly
but it was
deep
a good
field,
effort.
but if he went into a deeper field next week, I'd still play him.
Really, eh?
The way that he
Okay.
looked,
Yeah.
coming first over, and the fact that even when he won, Tyler never asked him to do anything. He was just a buggy ride. So I say that he's coming out of this race good and looks like he could, do a class above.
I thought Lou Knowles raced well.
He did.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Rallied
He raced
nicely to
good.
pick up a good piece there. So good effort by him. One that I would definitely be monitoring for next time as well. But
The next time that I put late for coffee up on top, I'm going to be late for work.
Yeah, I'll shoot you.
That's
a text.
what I'm
I'll
going to
remind
do.
you.
I'm telling you, boy, oh boy, I'll tell you what a disappointment that was. I really thought that he was sitting on a big effort,
Worked
but
out a
he didn't even.
perfect
He
trip.
doesn't even seem like he's interested in it.
That's the thing.
Looks like me in school.
Yeah, exactly. Without a doubt. But I tell you what, he worked out a perfect trip and just had absolutely nothing to offer tonight. That's not the late for coffee that has been racing as of late. But we're going to move on here to race number 2, and there's a look at the field there. And current 6-5 favorite's going to be Major Perry, one that we liked. We were intrigued with last time out. Wanted to take a wait and see approach on. I thought he raced really well in start number 1 in North America.
I did too. Yeah, he had good wheels on the end of it. He qualified good with good wheels on the end of it. I was real happy. Now, the only thing that I would caution, and you don't see it a lot in our business, but sometimes you see it when a horse is, like a horse like this that hasn't done enough for a couple of months or whatever. Sometimes you'll see a bounce. They just raced too good that first start.
You know what? And we've seen that with a couple of these imports in Jacques Dupont's barn, right? Raced really good start number 1, and then start number 1, they did not put forth the same effort. We've seen that actually with a few of those imports.
The odd times it does happen, you know what I mean? So I threw him in for second only because of that reason there. I just thought that maybe it was a great effort from the 10-hole nap, but maybe it was just a little bit too good of an effort.
All right, this field's going to come out here for post-parade, getting set for race number 2. Randy and I will be back up to talk the rest of the field.
Here's number 1 Larceny to lead parade for race 2. James McDonald in tow. Carmenas Yellow trains for owner Stephen Klanowski. Southwind Sambuca, the 2, driven by Billy Davis. Vic Buddy trains for Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland. Doug McNarrow drive the 3, Wallace Hartley. Chantal Mitchell trains for the estate of Dale Toll. 4 is Logan Behold. Tyler Borth between the wheels. Joe McIsaac trains for Kimberly Eaton and Jamie Copley. Number 5, Pipe Wrench Charlie. Travis Cullen drives and co-owns with Ron Cullen. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Number 6, Odds on Capitalism. Jody Jameson in the bike. Renee Barassa trains for Akery McGuire Incorporated and Dan Gaudreau. Number 7, PL Aussie. Travis Henry, the driver. Amanda Riley, the trainer. Brian Campbell and Barry McLennan own. And the 8 is Major Perry. Trevor Henry aboard. Jacques Dupont trains for Akery CSL. That's your field for the second. Pacers are up to the gate in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 2, and we touched on the current 8-5 favorite Major Perry, one that we knew was going to take a lot of wagering support here. We also touched on another rival in this spot, but I want to touch on your top selection, Randy, in PL Aussie, one that you backed currently 5-1. We're going to get a shoeing change to aluminum up from flip-flops to aluminum up front. I think that's an enticing enough change. Enticing enough of a change, but I think we're going to see a better effort from him if we see his vintage speed show.
Yeah, we could. I mean, like I said, everybody has a different way that they like him. I kind of like him coming from off the pace. I like him better that way. I mean, he races good either way when he's on his game. And, one of the things that you kind of had to like about him too was he goes down the road on December the 20th. His last race before that, November the 30th. So almost a month. He goes down the road, gets really, really tired on the end of it there, but still guts it out. And then his next start comes up a class and goes easy trip, only gets beat 4 on the end of it. I think he needed that after the big start. Now we're going to a fast shoe up in front with him. You know, I'm not 100% sure if they're not looking at maybe, you know, doing, like you said, maybe another speed show.
All right, I believe we do have a scratch in race number 6. Look up at the sky is going to be a judge's scratch in race number 6. So just factor that into your pick 4 tickets as well as mid pick 5 wagers as well. But horse taking some support right now. The second choice, 5-2. I didn't factor in this odds-on capitalism. You don't have to sell me on his class and ability, but he's coming off back-to-back wins at Flamborough. I thought he looked razor sharp on that December 7th effort. But then he was scratch sick on the 14th. We haven't seen him race in a month, but here he is taking some support, so I don't know what to make of him tonight.
He looks good out there. I mean, exactly what you just said. That's the reason why I got him in for 4th. You know what I mean? He hasn't raced since December the 7th. He's got a lot of class. It should be an easier group for him compared to what he normally has to face. But he's an older kind of a horse, and I just don't know if him missing a month is going to have him on his best game.
Yeah, his big track form as of late hasn't been good.
No.
But we know he worked his way up to the preferred level. There's a lot of speed. There's a lot of ability. It just hasn't translated to the big track as of late. But again, he's 2-1 right now, getting a lot of looks. Logan Behold, one that's going to be my worth a look play, 12-1. I spoke about the speed off the car, Randy. I really do think that can benefit this guy, you know, especially tonight.
Yeah, he's been racing really, really good, John. Each week, you know, he gets a little closer and a little closer. Only the 2 starts here, but each week, like I said, he just keeps coming forward and coming forward. I think it was a sharp pick on your part, and you're getting him at 12-1 right now. Boy, I think that you could do some real good in this race.
Another horse taking some support. I tell you what, I know the effort wasn't all that great over his last couple of starts, but Wallace Hartley, he's a horse. He can put himself in a pretty good spot. He wouldn't surprise me if he stepped up with a good effort tonight.
Wouldn't surprise me either, you know, and he's going to get into a good spot again. Also, a little bit of a class drop with him, so wouldn't be shocked. But I still think that the way that they've all looked out there, to me, the sharpest one is the 8 horse.
All right,
he's the one.
8-5 is the favorite right now on Major Perry, but I tell you what, this is a pretty competitive race, Chad.
Certainly is. Double favorite on the outside, Major Perry, off of that effort in the debut. This hemisphere last time out, nearly got the job done. No surprise to see him getting a lot of play here tonight. 5-2 on odds on capitalism. Has he returned to form? A couple of wins, as long as he wasn't derailed maybe by that sickness. 9-2, now 5-1 on Wallace Hartley. Field of 8 for race 2. They're at the top of the stretch lined up. Here they come. Field gathers speed. Good looking start, and away they go. Often pacing with Major Perry leaving out of there tonight. Major Perry pointed to the front here by Trevor Henry. Travis Henry to his inside with P.L. Lozzie, and McNair's got Wallace Hartley into the mix, and he's going to assure himself a spot in the deuce as he pushes through right now to follow Major Perry to the opening turn. So tucking third, P.L. Lozzie in front of Southwind Sambuca gets away in 4th. Larceny is away 5th, and then it is Logan Behold next to last, Pipe Wrench Charlie, and setting up shop in the trailing position early on. It's odds on capitalism, 27-4 opening quarter speed, put up by 4-5 favor Major Perry. Takes a lead of a length and a quarter into the backstretch up to 3/8. On Wallace Hartley, the pocket sitter. P.L. Lozzie tracking 3rd in front of Southwind Sambuca 4th. Larceny is the 5th one. Then Logan Behold continues 6th in front of Pipe Wrench Charlie. And trailing odds on capitalism, still single file, no movement with a half mile now in the books. And it's Major Perry getting to chop it out. Wallace Hartley follows intently though, right on the helmet 2nd. P.L. Lozzie 3rd. Southwind Sambuca staying in. First to move from the back out of 6th is Logan Behold. Now takes over 5th. First up on cover, Pipe Wrench Charlie. Swinging to the outside from the back 2 is odds on capitalism. Inside soon to be shuffled to last appears to be Larceny. Half was 57-4 for Major Perry, the leader of length on Wallace Hartley, the pocket sitter. And Wallace Hartley starting to maybe angle a little bit here out of the pocket in front of Logan Behold, who's on the move, 127 3/4. And here comes Wallace Hartley to challenge leader Major Perry. Henry goes to work on the leader Major Perry, calling on him. He responds right now, leading nearly 2. Wallace Hartley is all out, chasing him in second here. Major Perry still holding him at bay. Wallace Hartley in that place position, and Major Perry down the road is going to score. It's Major Perry over Wallace Hartley and Logan Behold in 154-4. Unofficial on the board, 8-3-4-6. Back in front of us, winner of race 2, number 8, Major Perry. Major Perry making his presence felt here in Canada with just the first couple of starts for the 8-year-old bay horse by Art Major, who's out of the Bettor's Delight Dam, Katy Perry. Acre CSL owned Jacques Dupont trains, Trevor Henry the winning driver. Major Perry kicks off his season with a winning effort. It's the 13th of his career, lifetime best 154-4 for 4-5 favorite Major Perry. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention back to the Winback Farms Winter Circle here at Mohawk Park as we recognize our leaders from the 2025 racing season in the driver, trainer, and owner category. Here on hand tonight, James McDonald and Dave Maneri being presented and recognized trackside by Mr. Bill McClinchy, our VP of Standardbred Racing, and our Director of racing is Megan Walker. James McDonald, for the 5th straight year, is the leading driver at Mohawk Park. 350 wins and $7.6 million in earnings. Have him once again a finalist for the Keith Waples Driver of the Year Award at the 37th Annual O'Brien Awards. Coming up 4 weeks from tonight in London, Ontario. James will attempt to become the first driver to win 5 straight Driver of the Year Awards. Dave Maneri enjoyed a career year, and he wraps up his first trainer title at Mohawk Park. He had 114 wins and $2.9 million in earnings. And we'd like to also congratulate Tom Pollock and his Pollock Racing as he secured his first Owner of the Year here on our circuit. Had a big year with 62 wins and $1.8 million in earnings. Congratulations to all of these gentlemen on a well-done season in 2025, and good luck and continued success in 2026. That's our leaders in the driver, trainer, and owner standings for the past season. James McDonald, Dave Maneri, and Pollock Racing. Race 2 now official. Winner 8, Major Perry, $370, $240, $230. Second, number 3, Wallace Hartley, $5, $380. Third was 4, Logan Behold, $510. $2 Exacta, $23.80. The dollar try, $59.80. $1 super, $237.75. $2 early double, paid $13.10. And we're just under $15,000 live money for that early pick 5. It continues next in race 3. Field gathers speed. Good looking start, and away they go. Often pacing with Major Perry leaving out of there tonight. Major Perry pointed to the front here by Trevor Henry. Travis Henry to his inside with P.L. Lawsey, and McNair's got Wallace Hartley into the mix, and he's going to assure himself a spot in the deuce as he pushes through right now to follow Major Perry to the opening turn. So tucking third, P.L. Lawsey in front of Southwind Sambuca gets away in fourth. Larceny is away fifth, and then it is Logan Behold next to last, Pipe Wrench Charlie, and setting up shop in the trailing position early on. It's Odds On Capitalism, 27-4 opening quarter speed, put up by 4-5 favor Major Perry. Takes a lead of a length and a quarter into the backstretch up to 3/8. On Wallace Hartley, the pocket sitter. P.L. Lawsey tracking third in front of Southwind Sambuca fourth. Larceny is the fifth one. Then Logan Behold continues sixth in front of Pipe Wrench Charlie. And trailing Odds On Capitalism, still single file, no movement, with a half mile now in the books. And it's Major Perry getting to chop it out. Wallace Hartley follows intently, though, right on the helmet second. P.L. Lawsey third. Southwind Sambuca staying in. First to move from the back out of sixth is Logan Behold. Now takes over fifth. First up on cover, Pipe Wrench Charlie. Swinging to the outside from the back, too, is Odds On Capitalism. Inside, soon to be shuffled to last, appears to be Larceny. Half was 57-4 for Major Perry, the leader of length on Wallace Hartley, the pocket sitter. And Wallace Hartley starting to maybe angle a little bit here out of the pocket in front of Logan Behold, who's on the move, 127 3/4. And here comes Wallace Hartley to challenge leader Major Perry. Henry goes to work on the leader Major Perry, calling on him. He responds right now, leading nearly 2. Wallace Hartley is all out, chasing him in second here. Major Perry still holding him at bay. Wallace Hartley in that place position, and Major Perry down the road is going to score. It's Major Perry over Wallace Hartley and Logan Behold in 154-4. Second race finish order, top down is 782, 364, 5, 1 on the bottom. Race number 3 to start tonight's early pick 4 is where we head to next. In tonight's third race. There's no changes in race number 3. We do have an update, however. It was previously announced in race 6 that the 7 Look Up at the Sky is a judge's scratch. Not the case. 7 Look Up at the Sky will be racing. However, it will now be for purse only because Look Up at the Sky was already scratched out of the wagering. Cannot be added back in there. And therefore, there will be no wagering on him. He'll be racing for purse money only. That's in race number 6. 7 Look Up at the Sky races for purse money only. 7 minutes away from race number 3. We do have a scratch, however, to pass along in tonight's 8th race of number 1, Lady Terra. Judges scratch of the 1, Lady Terra, from tonight's 8th race, which does start our late pick 5. Here are the mares for race 3. Number 1 is She's Got It All. Billy Davis will drive. Rick Zero on trains for Hutt Racing Stable. Number 2, Lane Side In Control. Doug McNair aboard. Murray Brother trains for Neville Bainbridge. Daryl Thiessen gets the call to drive 3, Style for a Mile. Kyle Fellows trains. Owners are Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbeil, and Pop Pop ×4 Stable. Here's the 4, Only the Good Die Young. Doug High owns and trains. Phil Hudon between the wheels. Ed and Ashley Hensley, the owners of 5 Caviar and Crackers. Ed's in the bike. Ashley trains. Number 6, Tells in a Roll. Travis Cullen drives. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Ron Cullen. And number 7 is Coco Jojo. James McDonald, the driver. Tony Beaton, the trainer. Robert Bridges owns. That's your field for race 3. It's early pick 4 time at Mohawk Park in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 3. Major Perry able to go to a gate-to-wire score there. Got things more or less his own way, and I think that was a big-time difference in that second race.
Yeah, the second quarter and 30 seconds there. Get the pillows out, John.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you. Let's race these things. No.
Not much action there.
I mean, after the half there, they could have rode him the check then. They weren't going to catch him.
And some others raced really good.
They did,
thought
but just gave up too much.
I'll tell you what, I thought that Rene Barraza trained the odds-on
he raced good.
Raced really well. But
and
how you
the one
make
you
up
liked
all that?
raced good too.
Yeah, first up. But again, tell a timer when it's in your favor. Good luck.
You could pretty well tell coming out of the first turn that they weren't going to go nothing that second quarter, and they gave up too much to him. Simple as that. You can't do that.
You cannot do that without a doubt. But we're going to move on here to race number 3. That's going to kick off this early pick 4, a field of 7, and there's your current 6-5 favorite. Tells on a roll. I'm not sure what to make of her though. I didn't use her on top, but I did use her without a doubt because I know she's got the talent and the ability, but I just haven't seen it on a consistent enough basis as of late.
I as well, you know what I mean? I haven't seen, the consistency there. Obviously the form is good, but not as good as we've seen it in the past. My thinking is now I'm pretty sure that Billy's going to try to push out of there as hard as he can when She's Got It All, but still it's a hard push from the rail with her. If this is the time that Mr. Hensley decides to go out of there with Tells on a Roll, and these two land 1-2, I think that Caviar and Crackers gets the best of her.
Okay, yeah.
If she sits on Travis's helmet, comes off of her helmet, I think she snaps by Tell before Tell realizes it.
We know that she's got gate speed where she can put herself in position. We're not saying she needs to cut the mile by any means, but I think this is a spot where if she, like you said, if she lands 1-2, for me, I think she's going to be good to go off that. But I think a couple of horses from the inside will definitely be looking to vie out for early positioning. She's got it all to me. If we're looking at between the 1, 5, and 6, I tell you what, I thought she's got it all raced really well last time out. Left out of there, took a bit of a shuffle, and she had pace on the end of it. I thought she definitely outraced her odds.
She raced really, really good, and she's dangerous.
Yep.
She's always dangerous because we don't know the times that they're going to just rifle her down the road. And when they do pick those times, she is hard to get by.
And Style for a Mile, one that you liked
Right
a couple of starts ago. Daryl Thiessen picking up the drive late in the card last time out. She raced well. She was up against it, got away last in a 12-horse field, but definitely raced well. I don't think we're going to see her conservatively handled here in this spot tonight.
You think? See, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, it's just the only reason I'm saying that is because I put her on top 2 starts ago because I had it in my head that McNair was going to do exactly what he did, roll her on out of there because he had been taking her back, and she made a dirty break doing that. Next week, he got the outside 12-horse field. He takes her back. I'm not sure if he doesn't give her one more try from the back because it's a short field.
All right.
And then try that way.
All right, they're getting set here for race number 3. That kicks off the early pick 4. Good luck.
More than 16,000 and continuing to climb in that early pick 4 pool. Good luck if you're going to play along. Time is running out. As the horses and drivers lining up behind the gate, it is post time, race number 3. Mares for the 3rd, lined up. Here they come. There they go. They're off in pacing. Tells on a roll. Leaves out of there sharply from her 6-hole start. As she marches forward here, where she's got it all, pushing away well from the rail. She's into the top 2. Lane side in control, and her return gets away 3rd. Outside 4th, Caviar and Crackers and Hensley looking for a seat. Style for a Mile gets away 5th to the opening turn. Then it's only the Good Die Young and Coco Jojo's at the back 7th. Tells on a roll, 4-5 race favorite, leading the way on She's Got It All to a 28-second opening quarter. She and Cullen will take this lead into the backstretch. Lane side in controls, another length and a half back in 3rd. Caviar and Crackers did find a seat 4th. She's 2 in front of Style for a Mile, is 2 clear of only the Good Die Young. And she's got 1 beat right now, and it's trailer Coco Jojo. Single file field of 7 have got 3/8 in the books. And it's Tells on a roll, leading the way a length on She's Got It All, the pocket sitter. Lane side in control in 3rd. Caviar and Crackers 4th. Continues to be followed 5th by a Style for a Mile, who's brought to the outside, and that's going to get Hensley on the move. So he's first up out of 4th now, with Caviar and Crackers working with cover. Thiessen with Style for a Mile, only the Good Die Young to the inside. Coco Jojo brought to the outside from last. Half was reached in 56 and 4. Tells on a roll, got them there, and she's making her way to the 3/4 pole, leading now about a length and a half on She's Got It All. Caviar and Crackers inching closer up on the outside. 3rd, she's within a couple of the leader. 2nd over, Style for a Mile, pinned to the inside, lane side in control. Coco Jojo's picked up a position, only the Good Die Young trails 125 and 1 3/4, and it's Tells on a roll, leading the way by about 3 now on She's Got It All. Caviar and Crackers. Style for a Mile starts to close off her cover. Tells on a roll, still leading a couple. Cullen gives her a couple of reminders, and she's going to get home. It is Tells on a roll to win by about 2.5. Up for 2nd, Style for a Mile. She's Got It All was 3rd in 153. Third race unofficial, 6317. Back in front of us, number 6 Tell Us on a Roll after winning the third. 6-year-old Baymare by Tell It Like It Is out of the Rockin' Image Dam. Have Rock, Will Roll. Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Ron Cullen are the winning owners. Jody Cullen trains Travis Cullen in the bike for Tells on a Roll's 25th lifetime win. Kicks off her 2026 campaign with a winning effort in 153 flat. Third race payouts, number 6 Tells on a Roll, 360, 260, 220. Second was the 3 Style for a Mile, 7, 10, and 480. Third, number 1, she's got it all, $4. $2 Exacta returns $28.10. $1 Try, $47.70. $1 Super, $230.10. $2 Double, $10.50. Pick 3, $15.10. Pick 4 Pool, just shy of 27,000. More than 10,000 in live money is going to move on. And the update on the early pick 5 with 2 legs to go, still more than 5,700 remains in live money. Mares for the third, lined up. Here they come. There they go. They're off in pacing. Tells on a Roll. Leaves out of there sharply from her 6-hole start as she marches forward here where she's got it all, pushing away well from the rail. She's into the top 2. Lane side in control, and her return gets away third. Outside fourth, Caviar and Crackers and Hensley looking for a seat. Style for a Mile gets away fifth to the opening turn. Then it's only the Good Die Young and Coco Jojo's at the back 7th. Tells on a Roll, 4 to 5 race favorite, leading the way on She's Got It All to a 28-second opening quarter. She and Cullen will take this lead into the backstretch. Laneside in controls, another length and a half back in third. Caviar and Crackers did find a seat fourth. She's 2 in front of Style for a Mile, is 2 clear of only the Good Die Young. And she's got 1 beat right now, and it's trailer Coco Jojo. Single file field of 7 have got 3/8 in the books. And it's Tells on a roll, leading the way a length on She's Got It All, the pocket sitter. Laneside in control in third. Caviar and Crackers fourth. Continues to be followed fifth by a Style for a Mile, who's brought to the outside, and that's going to get Hensley on the move. So he's first up out of fourth now, with Caviar and Crackers working with cover. Taysom with Style for a Mile, only the Good Die Young to the inside. Coco Jojo brought to the outside from last. Half was reached in 56 and 4. Tells on a roll, got them there, and she's making her way to the 3/4 pole, leading now about a length and a half on She's Got It All. Caviar and Crackers inching closer up on the outside. Third, she's within a couple of the leader. Second over, Style for a Mile, pinned to the inside, Laneside in control. Coco Jojo's picked up a position, only the Good Die Young trails 125 and 1 3/4, and it's Tells on a roll, leading the way by about 3 now on She's Got It All. Caviar and Crackers. Style for a Mile starts to close off her cover. Tells on a roll, still leading a couple. Cullen gives her a couple of reminders, and she's going to get home. It is Tells on a roll to win by about 2.5. Up for second, Style for a Mile. She's Got It All was third in 153. Third race rundown is 362, 751, 4 on the bottom. Fourth race kickoff to tonight's pick six is next. Number 2, Han Spy will go blinkers to blind, whereas 8, Coal Creek Pantera does the opposite, goes blind to blinkers. Post time in 12 minutes.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Download the Bet365 app, the only sports book available to bet on today's races, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Give me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka.
Here's the field for tonight's fourth race. Number 1 is Fishing in the Shadows. Daryl Thiessen drives. Josh McKibben trains and owns with Paul Batter. Mike Whalen drives the 2 Han Spy while Whalen trains for Christopher Nickel. Doc's Ernest, number 3, is driven by Jonathan Drury. Kayla Hendry training for owner Dr. Andrew Roberts. The 4 Amberjack, Tyler Borth in the bike. Kyle Fellows trains for Wayne Webby. Number 5, Fire Control. Brett McDonald drives for owner-trainer David Fry. Chef is the 6, James McDonald the driver. Corey Giles trains for Brad Gray. 7, Freight Days a Week has Todd Ratchford between the wheels. Chris Rogers trains and owns with Doug High. Meg Crone sends out the 8, Coal Creek Pantera for Coal Creek Standardbred. Jody Jameson handles the driving. J.R. Plant in the bike behind 9, Calypso Creek. Barry Bird trains and owns with Debbie Bird, Brian Davey, and Barry McLennan. Number 10 is Booker Sealster. Doug McNair drives. Terry Fritz trains and owns with David Wilson. That's your field. Race 4, it's pick 6 time in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 4. This is going to kick off that pick 6 sequence. And a couple of horses are taking the bulk of the support here, including your top selection here, Randy. The 10-horse Booker Sealster, 8-5 right now, but he's coming off a very, very sharp victory. Only thing he's going to have to overcome is post number 10.
That's the big thing, overcoming that 10 hole. But that's, I got a feeling if he didn't have the 10 hole there, he'd be bet down like way right down to the bottom. So, as long as he gets through, he's a single for me. Be a nice way to start it off, keep it kind of cheap. But he was so good in his last start. I just don't see the 10 hole being that much of a problem with a horse that's bringing good form and with a regular. Sometimes if it was an out-of-town or something, the 10 hole can be a little bit tough, but I just don't see it being much of an issue with McNair.
I'm really hoping that this 10 horse can blast off the car and get situated on the front, because I would love it if my top pick sat behind Booker Sealster. I use both in the pick 5. I'm okay with if either one get the job done, but I think Chef can bounce back with a good effort, but I prefer him when he's chasing rather than being on the lead. And when he got covered up, it looked to me like his body language was pretty good. And then things got a little bit tight there on the backside. Unfortunately, he had to jump it off. I know it was tried with the brake. It might have been interference in that outing. But nevertheless, we never got to see him finish off his mile. And I'm hoping that he can bounce back in a big way tonight.
Yeah, I could see that. I didn't use him, but I have used him. You know that. And he's been taking a ton of support through the windows his last 3 starts. So, 2-1 right now on Chef. That's a pretty good number, I guess, considering what you have been getting. A
good post. Logical. You got the circuit's leading driver. Yep. A lot of positives, but I do think this is a horse that's going to need to work out a trip. Doc's Ernest, one that we both got underneath as well. Randy, this is a horse that we know has been racing really, really well. I don't think last time out was obviously the best effort we've seen from him. He looked a little bit too aggressive. Appearance-wise, though, I just think it was a horse that might have looked a little bit tired and needed a bit of a 2-week freshener.
It could be, yeah. I just think that for the trips that Jonathan's given this horse there, he should have capitalized by now. He's 0 for 15, and you couldn't have mapped him out any easier trips, So maybe this is a whole new reset, though, John?
Yep.
We're now in 2026, so maybe he's going to start 2026 with a win in the column.
The thing I think he's got going for him, there's no Dusty Lane Levi's, who's been really sharp. There's no Axials in this group. Like you said, I thought last time it was a perfect opportunity for him to say, I'm going to get the job done, and unfortunately it just wasn't his night. You've got another long shot player underneath, Gansby, and I think this is a horse that's he's going to need to step up and put forth the good effort, but I think he's capable of hitting the ticket at 25-1.
Blinkers to blind tonight too on the changes on him, and I don't know if anybody else out there has noticed there, but Mike Whalen, he's been regularly hitting up onto the board, winning a few too, and hitting the board too. He's bringing some warmth into the circuit right now.
I think Freight Days a Week, this is one that raced really well last week. I thought to be second. Never really had a chance to be a win candidate where he was at most points of the mile, but I think he can pick up a big piece with the right trip again.
I agree with you. The only reason I kind of didn't go with him, I told you earlier, is because Tyler Jones didn't come back. Nothing against Ratchford, but me, if a horse races really, really good, I'd prefer to see that driver come back.
Wings of the gate now open. Field for the fourth. Take up their positions. Set to kick off tonight's pick six wager. Full field of 10. Lined up behind the gate. They're at the top of the stretch. It's post time. Here they come. Field picks up speed. And away they go. They're off and pacing. Watching the outside with Booker Sealster. If he can leave out of there, McNair is going to try to get him involved. And here goes Booker Sealster driving out along with Chef and Cold Creek Pantera. They're 3 wide in front of us, racing to the opening turn. Chef along the inside has got the early advantage. Now tucking in behind him will be Cold Creek Pantera. McNair takes a seat for now with Booker Sealster away third. Freight Days a week, the fourth one. Fifth belongs to Calypso Creek as they go by an opening quarter in 27-2. Next half of the group are led by Fishin' in the Shadows sixth, tracked by Hans by seventh. In eighth, it is Doc's Ernest. Make it 2 more lengths to Amber Jack, and with a bit of a bobbly start, the trailer is Fire Control. Chef, the even money race favorite, leads the way past 3/8 and towards the midway check-in. A length in front of Cold Creek Pantera with Booker Sealster right there third. Then a break of 3 to Freight Days a week fourth. Halfway home in 57 flat. Calypso Creek is fifth and being brought to the outside. Fishing in the Shadows will follow him, and Plump was able to get Freight Days a week in Ratchford on the move at a fourth first up. So he'll work with cover. Third over for Fishing in the Shadows. Hans By saves ground to the inside. Then we go back to Doc's Ernest, the last 2 Amberjack and Fire Control. Chef still leads the way, just over a length to Cold Creek Pantera. Freight Days a week, getting closer on the outside at 11-1. And that brings Calypso Creek into contention second over. Inside fifth belongs to Booker Sealster. He'll try to find room. He goes up the inside here now. 3/4 in 125-3. Chef leads it. Booker Sealster closing along the rail. And then it is Cold Creek Pantera angled to the outside. Chef still holding them at bay, but here up the inside is Booker Sealster getting closer. Chef needing the line. Booker Sealster one final chance. Chef on the outside holds on. It's Chef over Booker Sealster in 154-2. Unofficial 6:10, 8-9. Fourth race winner back in front of us. It's the 6 Chef. Chef, a 5-year-old bay gelding by leader Bayama from the roll with Joe Dam. What a thrill. Brad Gray owns, Corey Giles trains, James McDonald the winning driver. Chef with his first win and his first start of the year. It's his third overall in his career. Lifetime best, 154-2. Chef holds on. Here are the payouts from race 4, number 6, Chef, 420, 290, 250. Second was the 10 Booker Sealster, 280, 240. Third, number 8, Cold Creek Pantera, 550. The $2 exacta, $12.40, $1 try, $35.55, $1 super, $2.05 even, $2 double, $17.20, $1 pick 3 is $29.80. 2,800 plus still live in the pick 4. 1,387.16 in live money for the pick 5 goes to the final leg. And tonight's pick 6 wagered was just under 7,500 with more than 2,300 in live money moving on to the next leg. They're often pacing, watching the outside with Booker Sealster. If he can leave out of there, McNair is going to try to get him involved. And here goes Booker Sealster driving out along with Chef and Cold Creek Pantera. They're 3 wide in front of us, racing to the opening turn. Chef along the inside has got the early advantage. Now tucking in behind him will be Cold Creek Pantera. McNair takes a seat for now with Booker Sealster away third. Freight Days a week, the 4th one. 5th belongs to Calypso Creek as they go by an opening quarter in 27-2. Next half of the group are led by Fishin' in the Shadows 6th, tracked by Hans by 7th. In 8th, it is Doc's Ernest. Make it 2 more lengths to Amber Jack, and with a bit of a bobbly start, the trailer is Fire Control. Chef, the even money race favorite, leads the way past 3/8 and towards the midway check-in. A length in front of Cold Creek Pantera with Booker Sealster right there third. Then a break of 3 to Freight Days a week 4th. Halfway home in 57 flat. Calypso Creek is 5th and being brought to the outside. Fishing in the Shadows will follow him, and Plant was able to get Freight Days a week in Ratchford on the move at a 4th first up, so he'll work with cover. Third over for Fishing in the Shadows. Hans By saves ground to the inside. Then we go back to Doc's Ernest, the last 2 Amberjack, and Fire Control. Chef still leads the way, just over a length to Cold Creek Pantera. Freight Days a week, getting closer on the outside at 11-1. And that brings Calypso Creek into contention. Second over, inside fifth belongs to Booker Sealster. He'll try to find room. He goes up the inside here now. 3/4 in 1:25.3. Chef leads it. Booker Sealster closing along the rail. And then it is Cold Creek Pantera angled to the outside. Chef still holding them at bay, but here up the inside is Booker Sealster getting closer. Chef needing the line. Booker Sealster one final chance. Chef on the outside holds on. It's Chef over Booker Sealster in 1:54.2. Fourth race finish order. Top down reads 9, 5, 10, 8, 7, 1, 6, 3, 4, 2 on the bottom. Race number 5 is up next, where the 8 Poseidon Sealster adds blinkers. Looking a little further ahead to the 6th race, the start of the mid-pick 5. We've got a scratch now due to sickness of the 3, The Feast. And just a reminder, the 7, Look Up at the Sky, was scratched incorrectly. Will not have wagering available, but Look Up at the Sky will race, and races for purse money only. Post time for the upcoming 5th in 14 minutes.
With over 30 years of experience in wealth planning and a lifetime of involvement in harness racing, Matt Franklin at Wire to Wire Wealth can help you build a financial plan that addresses the unique circumstances of those involved in the horse racing industry. Whether you are investing to build wealth, protect your family, or preserve your assets, Matt at Wire to Wire Wealth will work with you through the wealth planning process from start to finish.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
They're getting set here for race number 5. This is going to close out that early pick 5. A sequence I thought might have provided a bit of value. So far, we've had favorites take every single leg here. So I think lowest payout right now is going to be on the current favorite and the eventual favorite, Poseidon Sealster, a horse that you and I both love, one that I elected to go all in on. I think deserving of that billing, but it's 28 and change for 20 cents on the pick 5 for Poseidon Sealster. So you're looking at over $140 for a dollar. So not paying much really, but that's what you get when it's all chalk.
You're still alive?
Still alive.
And is he singled?
He's singled,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
my hopes
Well,
are on
I
him,
mean,
but
you're in a good spot.
I was hoping for some potential prices though,
Yeah.
right? I mean, freight days a week. He made a first overbid that would have maybe helped. I didn't expect Twinbee Alliance to be 4 to 5 in the opener, but nevertheless, we're going to move on here. But Bob McClure in tonight for one drive, and it's going to be on this veteran pacer, and Tony Montini going to take over training duties for this start, but. One Randy that I think is just in a perfect spot to get his picture taken tonight.
I think that he completely agree with you. You know, I singled him. He's my all-in. He's in a great spot. But there's another horse in here that's recently kind of come back and into good form because he's gone on the Lasix program, and that's Murner's Lose World. I mean, he is looking good right now. And if what scares me is we can pretty well guarantee that Bobby's going to blast Poseidon Sealster out of there. I think that that's the way he plans on racing him. And then if the 5-horse, who does have gate speed, comes out of there and lands on his back, I think that he could really make Poseidon Sealster, work for it.
Yeah, and Poseidon Sealster, we've mentioned it numerous times. It doesn't matter where he starts. He can start from post number 10. They could go, 12 wide on the car. He'll still be the fastest one off the car without a doubt. So last time out, he did draw the inside, but he was in a tougher spot, and we're going to highlight his effort last time out. One that both of us thought was a good one, but again, it was against tougher company.
And the other thing, like at this point here, right, he's starting to kind of make ground, and then it seems like but he kind of stalls a little bit. I don't think that's what it was. You can see Bob is looking forward. He still has a bit of pace. He's just making sure he doesn't get into a spot there where it's going to cause him some problems. He is tight down to the rail too. You can only let him pace so much there as well. And he did all this and doing a last quarter in 26-1. Like, how much could he have come? You know what I'm saying? So I think that he really raced well last week, and I think that you and I got the logical one up on top.
Yeah, and Garnet and Kevin going to team up and go with the 10-horse Uncle Shank, one that I thought raced well last time out. I thought he should have, closed out the deal, 2 starts back. Really, I know he won some quick panels in that middle half, but still, I thought he had a sizable enough lead that he was going to convert there, still put forth a good effort, but I just don't know how much can I trust him from the outside post tonight.
I find Uncle Shank sometimes, like if he's in the right class, he's money because the way his style of racing and his ability and that. And I kind of find his right class to be like right around the non-winners of 6,000. I think he's competitive in this class. He can be second, third. I don't see him win as much up in this part, and plus he's got the 10 hole to work with as well. So Uncle Shank, I got him in for third. I think he's, you got to use him as a piece of it, but I don't see him being a win candidate from the 10 hole.
I know you mentioned this again, but I agree with you on Lose World, a horse that I think needed that kind of trip last time out, especially after getting tired on the end of it. Came home in 32 and change, whatever. That's just not the horse that we know he's capable of, and not the effort we know he's capable of, but that doesn't mean he's got to. I don't think getting away 7th is going to do you any good tonight per se, especially against Poseidon, but I think Jody can have a bit more confidence to put him in play tonight. I really do off that effort.
I honestly think that Jody more or less looked between the lines last week, realized that Lose World got over-raced that week. He's picking him up the next week, and he takes him right to the back and does nothing with him. You know what I mean? By doing that, and obviously the horse responded real well, now he's got a clean slate. He can race him however he wants. And I think that, to me, the smart move would be to go out of there with him, because I think people will be looking for him. And if he can get Poseidon in front of him, I think that's his best way to beat this guy.
Anyone else in here do you think could be a bit of a value player? Because, again, you and I both more or less kind of have it pegged as Poseidon Sealster. We're going to, live and die by him, and if he doesn't get the job done, he doesn't. But I just had a tough time maybe finding some other contenders in here.
Second longest shot on the board, I actually like John, the 7-horse at 41-1, Ginger Tree Finney. I think this horse has been racing really, really well for James McDonald and Meg Crone, and now Anthony Hahn, who has already got a chance to sit behind this guy a couple times, and he's raced good for him both times, will jump up behind him. I think he's more than capable of jumping up onto the ticket.
Bold Spirit, one that we see also in single digits. I think he's been racing well. Back-to-back second-place efforts, just missed in both of them. But obviously Jody booking off for... Jody not even listed on this horse this week, actually, but I thought that this is a horse that's racing really well. Again, you're just taking on a couple of rivals that I think are just a touch sharper tonight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? Jody, I'm sure that he would have loved to have come back with Bold Spirit. He's racing good for him right now, and I'm sure that, he was probably listed on early action, too. as well. But I Lose World's a pretty good horse, fast and good, and I think Jody gets along as good with him as anybody else does.
I'll tell you what, early action, you mentioned him. It's why I used him underneath. I thought that was a solid effort against, tough company, right? Captain Fear Not, you and I both loved in that spot. I thought he was a respectable fourth, a more than respectable fourth in there.
First over, got a little bit tired, but also C2, broken equipment. Must have been a shoe, would be my guess. So for him to come up and go a mile 52 and have broken equipment from the 8-hole, first over effort, all good. I go back again with these Huntsvilles. I honestly, anytime that I see them race, unless they're in a class that they're much the best, I find the best way that they're raced with one move. And boy, is it ever a good one.
And speaking of much the best, it really appears that the betting public seems to believe that Poseidon Sealster can bounce back in a big way. 4-5 right now. We could see that price go even lower by the time the gate rolls. So they're going to get set to come out here for race number 5. This is going to be that last leg of that early pick 5, and best of luck if you're still going.
Introducing the field for race 5. Number 1 is Bold Spirit. Doug McNair for trainer Dwayne Marfisi, who co-owns with Roy Sproxton, Harbhajan Singh Dillon, and Daryl Kaplan. The 2 Drinkin' Buddy, Jonathan Drury, drives for trainer Heather Pickett, who co-owns with Rick Pickett. The 3 State 1 Smiley, Justin Turcotte trains for Gaston Dumont, J.R. Plant drives. Number 4 Early Action, driven by Tyler Borth, is trained by Carmen Osiello for owner Dan Serafian. Lose World, the 5. Jody Jamieson at the controls. Gary Murner trains for Gino Toscani. The 6, Halmac Victor, driven by Travis Henry. Amanda Riley trains for Vincenzo Stranges. Tony Hahn driving 7, Ginger Tree Finney. Meg Crone trains. Laverne Turnbull, the owner. Bob McClure aboard number 8, Poseidon Sealster. Tony Montini now trains for Don Lindsay, Paul Kleinpace, Will Alampievich, and Garth Bechtel. Want to be a big star, the 9 has Travis Cullen in the sulky. He co-owns with Paul Sanders and Triple J Stables. Jody Cullen's the trainer. And the 10 is Uncle Shank with James McDonald in tow. Chantel Mitchell trains for owner Kevin Harvey. That's your field, race 5. To the gate they go in 4 minutes. Field called to line up behind the gate as we close out our first of 3 pick 5 wagers. 4 to 5, heavily favored, class dropping Poseidon Sealster, 22-time winner with more than $900,000 in the career bankroll. Looks to add to that here tonight in what is his 4th start back after missing a couple of months. Bob McClure in town for this lone drive. 9-2 on 5, Lose World, entering off of a win. And 7-1 the current offering on next door neighbor Halmac Victor. It's post time race 5. Fields at the top of the stretch. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And Poseidon Sealster looking for a fast start. He sprints out from the 8 hole and he'll go forward here in a flash for McClure. It's Poseidon Sealster to cross over in front of Bold Spirit to lead the way to the opening turn. Taking a tuck in third, that was Lose World. Parked out in 4th right now, Uncle Shank. And then we see Travis Henry with Halmac Victor into the top 5. He's going to drop Uncle Shank in front of him, it appears, as they go to the opening panel in 26-4. Poseidon Sealster got him there. Bold Spirit in the pocket. Lose World the 3rd one, Uncle Shank 4th. Halmac Victor 5th. The 6th one is Drinkin' Buddy, a length and a half more to State 1 Smiley, making another length and a half to Early Action. The last 2 in the group, Ginger Tree Finney and Wanna Be a Big Star. We do have movement. Uncle Shank wasn't in for long. Back out of 4th and coming after leader Poseidon Sealster. He'll challenge the odds-on favorite as we get to the half. It's Poseidon Sealster with the inside leading it about 3/4 of a length. 55-4, he's down to the half. Uncle Shank applies the pressure outside, now a 1/4 length away. Bold Spirit locked in behind the leader in 3rd, 2nd over 4th. Halmac Victor working out a nice trip. Lose World's a pinned in 5th, 3rd over 6th for Drinkin' Buddy. Then behind horses, State 1 Smiley picking up positions from the back. Ginger Tree Finney in front of Early Action. I Want to Be a Big Star. Poseidon Sealster getting them to 3/4 in 1:24, and he turns for the straightaway with 9 of them chasing him behind him. Poseidon Sealster appears to have put away Uncle Shank for now. Bold Spirit in behind the leader, nowhere to go right now. Same goes for Lose World, looking for a way through. Off cover, that's Halmac Victor. He needs to find more. McClure calling on Poseidon Sealster. Uncle Shank on the outside and Bold Spirit inside. Poseidon Sealster, though, sees it through. It's Poseidon Sealster over Uncle Shank in 1:53. Fifth race unofficial, 8-10, 1-6. Winner of the 5th, back in front of us. It's number 8, Poseidon Sealster. 9-year-old Bay Gelding by Sunshine Beach is out of the Artistic Fella Dam. Portia Sealster. Don Lindsay, Paul Kleinpace, Will Olimpievich, and Garth Becht alone. Tony Montini, the winning trainer. Bob McClure guides Poseidon Sealster to a winning effort in his 2026 debut. It's his 23rd lifetime score, 153. Holding on as the race favorite Poseidon Sealster. Here's the payouts from race 5. Number 8, Poseidon Sealster, 380, 280, 230. Second, number 10, Uncle Shank, 910 and 660. Third was number 1, Bold Spirit, 520. $2 Exacta, 2860. $1 Try, 7260. $1 Super, 311 and a quarter. $2 Double, 12 bucks. $1 Pick, 319. Early Pick 5 wrapped up. $1 Payout, 144.70. $1,216.51 live in the Pick 4 to the final leg. And still more than 1,100 going strong in the Pick 6 as we go to our mid Pick 5 next in race 6. Stretch. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And Poseidon Sealster looking for a fast start. He sprints out from the 8 hole and he'll go forward here in a flash for McClure. It's Poseidon Sealster to cross over in front of Bold Spirit to lead the way to the opening turn. Taking a tuck in third, that was Lose World. Parked out in fourth right now, Uncle Shank. And then we see Travis Henry with Halmac Victor into the top 5. He's going to drop Uncle Shank in front of him, it appears, as they go to the opening panel in 26 and 4. Poseidon Sealster got him there. Bold Spirit in the pocket. Lose World the third one. Uncle Shank fourth. Halmac Victor fifth. The sixth one is Drinkin' Buddy, a length and a half more to State One Smiley, making another length and a half to Early Action. The last two in the group, Ginger Tree Finney and Wanna Be a Big Star. We do have movement. Uncle Shank wasn't in for long. Back out of fourth and coming after leader Poseidon Sealster. He'll challenge the odds-on favorite as we get to the half. It's Poseidon Sealster with the inside leading it about 3/4 of a length. 55 and 4, he's down to the half. Uncle Shank applies the pressure outside, now a quarter length away. Bold Spirit locked in behind the leader in third, second over fourth. Halmac Victor working out a nice trip. Lose World's a pinned in fifth, third over sixth for Drinkin' Buddy. Then behind horses, State One Smiley picking up positions from the back. Ginger Tree Finney in front of Early Action. I Want to Be a Big Star. Poseidon Sealster getting them to 3/4 in 124, and he turns for the straightaway with 9 of them chasing him behind him. Poseidon Sealster appears to have put away Uncle Shank for now. Bold Spirit in behind the leader, nowhere to go right now. Same goes for Lose World, looking for a way through. Off cover, that's Halmac Victor. He needs to find more. McClure calling on Poseidon Sealster. Uncle Shank on the outside and Bold Spirit inside. Poseidon Sealster, though, sees it through. It's Poseidon Sealster over Uncle Shank in 153. Finish order from race 5. Top down, it reads 379, 854, 1016, 2 on the bottom. Coming up next, it's the 6th race. It's the start of tonight's mid-pick 5. Scratch the 3, the Feast, Vet Sick. The 7, Look Up at the Sky, was scratched in error. He will compete, however, it'll be for purse money only. He's not in the wagering. 7, Look Up at the Sky will parade, will be out on the track to race, but it will be for purse money only. Post time in 7 minutes. Field for race 6 on parade. Number 1 is Dancing in the Dark. Scott Young will drive. Jerry Sims trains and owns with John O'Brien and Larry Carter. Snowport, the 2, Phil Hudon does the driving. Craig Gilmore trains for owner Gino Toscani. The 3 is scratched. Number 4, Man Destiny. Travis Cullen in the bike. Jody Cullen trains for A1 Stable and Megan Sweet. Tyler Borth drives 5, Claymore. Mary Lee Quinn trains for owner Robert Quinn. Number 6 is I'm a Cute Little Stalker. Todd Ratchford in the bike. Anne-Marie Colville trains and owns with Mike Wade. Here's number 7, Look Up at the Sky, racing for purse money only. Travis Henry drives. Brittany Kennedy trains and owns with Money Clip Racing. All-Star Cheese It is the 8. David Kelly at the controls for owner-trainer Kenny Skinner. And West Coast Dream in the 9, driven by Jody Jamieson, is owned and trained by Paul Ritchie. That's your field for race number 6. We start tonight's mid-pick 5 in 4 minutes.
Feels like we wrapped up race number 5 and we're back out for race number 6. That was a quick little turnaround.
Quick little turnaround. The only one quicker would be Superman and a phone booth getting changed.
No kidding. And we're going to be scratched down now to a field of 7. So the 7 horse is going to be racing, but we'll be racing for purse money only. That's it. So,
no pari-mutuel.
So that could throw a little bit of a wrinkle or wrench in that race without a doubt, right? When you always have that one horse, just racing for the purse money.
I think he was live. I was using him.
But nevertheless, Randy, I mean, Man Destiny is going to be the current 7-5 favorite. Late scratch of the Feast, who I thought raced well last time out. But Man Destiny, the direction we're going to go. just hoping that he's going to be good enough to convert here in his first start for the new connections.
Yeah, that's the big thing there. How is he going to come up with that effort tonight? Had a little bit of time off. I like the fact that he just recently had gone on to the Lasix program, and it looked like he was actually racing not bad on the Lasix program. Now he's had a couple of months off, and Travis has him ready to go. Looks like a nice qualifier. Moved him to the outside. Lost a little bit of ground, but, I'm not really worried about that over at Flamborough Downs. So, I think he's live in here, but I really like the Feast, too. I had him in for second. He was the one that I was actually trying to beat. So, Man Destiny, the way that I'm going to go in here right now. The 8-horse. I've been using this guy religiously his last couple of starts, and he hasn't really done a whole lot. Yeah. Put him in for 4th tonight, but he's taking support tonight.
He's taking some support, but you know what? I expected a lot more from him. I mean, he's been covered in those other efforts. He was sneaky good on the inside. He was never used. And the moment Dave Kelly showed him some air, angled him out to the outside, he had zip. So
I agree.
How do you trust a horse like this in this spot after last week? Personally, right?
Completely agree, man. I completely agree. I'm baffled by him.
Again, Man Destiny, for me, the biggest thing was I liked what I saw on that October 24th effort when it was second start Lasix. I thought he took a really big step forward there. We saw last drive down Main put forth a nice winning score there, that homebred of Megan Scrands. And I thought he was a solid third in that effort. So again, despite the date being poor, I think that he should be, I think he just is going to be good enough by default. Sometimes I talk about process of elimination. I can't back anybody else in here with confidence.
100%. That's where I am too. And he's in the middle of the gate. He's coming out of a hot stable. I think he brings as much here as anybody else.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 6. This kicks off that middle pick 5. Good luck.
Starter calls the field to the gate for race 6. Your last call to wager. We've got a field of 7 to wager on, field of 8 that are going to compete. Just a reminder, the 7 Look Up at the Sky was scratched in air. We'll race for purse money only. Pick 5 pool continues to climb, more than 20,000 in there. Good luck if you're playing along. Even money right now on 4-Man Destiny. Sixth race, group of Pacers are lined up behind the gate. Here they come to a start. And there they go, they're off, hand pacing. And first call down the center, Claymore showing some speed along with I'm a Cute Little Stalker. That pair is going to drive forward for the early lead. In behind that pair comes Man Destiny to the inside, Dancing in the Dark, then Snowport away 5th. In front of Look Up at the Sky, who's tracked by All-Star, Cheez-It, and West Coast Dreamin'. Trails early on. It's I'm a Cute Little Stalker, and Todd Ratchford on top by a quick 2 to an opening quarter, 27-4, and Claymore is in the 2-hole, a length and a half in front of 3-5 favor Man Destiny. Dancing in the Dark, pacing along in 4th in front of Snowport, who's the 5th one. Look Up at the Sky is 6th. Next to last, All-Star, Cheez-It, and 2 more to West Coast Dreamin'. They go by 3-8, single file. Field of 8 are chasing I'm a Cute Little Stalker, leading the way at 9-2 as they make their way towards the midway point. In second is Claymore. Here comes Cullen in Man Destiny. He's going to rouse him out of third, brought to the outside, takes over second, and coming after leader I'm a Cute Little Stalker, who heads into this turn after a 58-second first half. And I'm a Cute Little Stalker doesn't have to deal with the battle right now as Cullen decides to pocket up with Man Destiny. So uncovered, here comes Look Up at the Sky into the top 3 to the inside. 4th is Claymore, starting to give way a bit. On the outside is Dancing in the Dark, then Snowport to the outer flow. All-Star Cheez-It to the inside, trailing throughout West Coast Dreamin'. 127-2 to 3/4 for the leader. I'm a Cute Little Stalker, who's trying to wire the field. It's I'm a Cute Little Stalker on top 2. Chasing in second is Man Destiny. Now on the outside, taking over the place spot is Look Up at the Sky. And then it's Claymore to the inside. West Coast Dreamin' has saved ground throughout and making up some good gains late. But it is I'm a Cute Little Stalker. I'm a Cute Little Stalker is going to go on to win by a couple. Second, but again for purse money only, was Look Up at the Sky with West Coast Dream in there. Third one, 57-3. It's I'm a Cute Little Stalker in the sixth. Sixth race unofficial, 6-9, 4-8. Wire to wire winner of the sixth race is back in front of us. It's number 6, I'm a Cute Little Stalker. 4-year-old brown gelding by He's Watching is from the Badlands Hanover Dam. I'm Too Cute to Be Bad. Emery Colville, winning owner, breeder, and trainer. Mike Wade shares on the ownership. Todd Radford, the winning driver. I'm a Cute Little Stalker kicks off his season with a win. It's the 4th of his career, 157-3 on the front end for I'm a Cute Little Stalker at 9-2. Six race payouts. Number 6, I'm a Cute Little Stalker, $11.80, $6 $3.70. Second, number 9, West Coast Dreamin', $24.10 at $8.60. Third of the 4-man Destiny, $2.60. $2 exact to $158.50. Dollar try, $3.70, $2.15. Dollar super, $1,053.25. $2 double, $38.50. $1 pick 3, $117.40. $257.80. The $1 payout on the early pick 4. Mid pick 5 pool, more than 36,000 wagered, just over $4,000 in live money moves on. And the pick 6 down to 53.02 heading to the next leg. Sixth race, group of pacers are lined up behind the gate. Here they come to a start. And there they go, they're off, hand pacing. And first call down the center, Claymore showing some speed along with I'm a Cute Little Stalker. That pair is going to drive forward for the early lead. In behind that pair comes Man Destiny to the inside, Dancing in the Dark, then Snowport away fifth. In front of Look Up at the Sky, who's tracked by All-Star, Cheese It, and West Coast Dreamin'. Trails early on. It's I'm a Cute Little Stalker, and Todd Ratchford on top by a quick 2 to an opening quarter, 27-4, and Claymore is in the 2-hole, a length and a half in front of 3-5 favor Man Destiny. Dancing in the Dark, pacing along in fourth in front of Snowport, who's the fifth one. Look Up at the Sky is sixth. Next to last, All-Star, Cheese It, and 2 more to West Coast Dreamin'. They go by 3-8, single file. Field of 8 are chasing I'm a Cute Little Stalker, leading the way at 9-2 as they make their way towards the midway point. In second is Claymore. Here comes Cullen in Man Destiny. He's going to rouse him out of third. Brought to the outside, takes over second, and coming after leader, I'm a Cute Little Stalker, who heads into this turn after a 58-second first half. And I'm a Cute Little Stalker doesn't have to deal with the battle right now as Cullen decides to pocket up with Man Destiny. So uncovered, here comes Look Up at the Sky into the top 3 to the inside. Fourth is Claymore, starting to give way a bit. On the outside is Dancing in the Dark, then Snowport to the outer flow. All-Star Cheese It to the inside, trailing throughout West Coast Dreamin'. 127-2 to 3/4 for the leader. I'm a Cute Little Stalker, who's trying to wire the field. It's I'm a Cute Little Stalker on top 2. Chasing in second is Man Destiny. Now on the outside, taking over the place spot is Look Up at the Sky. And then it's Claymore to the inside. West Coast Dreamin' has saved ground throughout and making up some good gains late. But it is I'm a Cute Little Stalker. I'm a Cute Little Stalker is going to go on to win by a couple. Second, but again for purse money only, was Look Up at the Sky with West Coast Dreamin' there. Third one, 57-3. It's I'm a Cute Little Stalker in the 6th. Here's a rundown from race 6. 8-7 scratch, 4-6-1, 2-5, and 3 on the bottom. Again, that is where they all finished. Not necessarily for how it paid out in the wagering, as again, 7 Look Up at the Sky raced for purse money only. Race number 7 is up next, no changes, 10 minutes till post. On parade for race 7, here's 1, Cold Creek Queso. Jody Jamieson drives. Daniel Walker trains for Cold Creek Standardbred. Number 2, Pacino Hanover. Ed Hensley gets the call. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, Ron Cullen, and Travis Cullen. Brett McDonald drives the 3, Better Than Spring. Ron McDonald trains for owner Perry Burke. Travis Cullen in the bike behind 4, Dublin Dasher. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Grace Marshman. Number 5, Miraculous Desby. James McDonald aboard. Jacques Dupont trains for Ecuries CSL. The 6, Jack Panic. Carmen Osiello trains for Dan Serafian. Travis Henry to drive. And a Class Yankees, the 7, Mike Whalen aboard. Walt Whalen training for owner Christopher Nickel. It's your field for the 7th race. The Pacers are up to the gate in 3 minutes.
On track as we get set for race number 7. We've got a field of 7 going postward. Here's some talented group of pacers, and your current 4-5 favorite is going to be the 5-horse Miraculous Desby. A horse that couldn't convert last time out, Randy, off what I thought was a picture-perfect trip. I have a feeling we're going to see him handled differently this time out. I mean, he has a tendency to hang a little bit. I think we're going to see him aggressively handled and maybe cut the smile from start to finish.
Yeah, I could believe that. I could see that. Tried a few things up. He's got a set of earplugs in. He's already got one of them out. So that used to be a big tactic of mine there. Pull them out in the post parade there when you went behind the gate. And, it looks almost like unless he gets them put back in, it almost looks like now he's kind of just, maybe getting them geared up to get them away in a little bit better spot. You see, I threw him in for 3rd. I understand why people are making him the favorite, but to the same effect, I'm a little bit worried because the only time I've seen him win is in a qualifier. And to the same effect, though, too, I just think that there's different times that maybe he should have been able to get the job done. So I'm going to play him in for 3rd. I've actually got Cold Creek Queso in for 2nd. And Dublin Dasher, the horse on your screen, is going to be my top play.
Speaking of aggressively handled, I mean, isn't he going to be put in play early on? You have to figure out Dublin is going to be. And he's been racing well over his last few tries. I know that he couldn't get the job done against Bruno No, one that we loved in that spot. But Dublin Dasher, I think, obviously a big-time win candidate. I think 5-2 is a fine number. But I like the price on the 1 horse as well, Cold Creek K. So this is going to be my top selection. I thought he raced really well last time. 26 flat final quarter. This is going to be my top pick tonight.
You put him on top? Good for you. Another nice call for you. I got him in for 2nd, and I completely agree with you. In fact, I think he maybe takes that last race down if the positioning was a little bit better. I just think he was in a bad spot. Had to make up too much ground, and like you said, comes the last quarter in 26 flat. So obviously good form right now.
Yeah, and again, the price I think is definitely
beautiful.
Right. I'm just hoping that he can get situated in an okay spot because I think that the middle of the gate's going to be vying out for early positioning. I think Jack Panic might be in a little bit too tough here in the spot, but I tell you what, he's got a middle of the gate draw. He's a pretty handy racehorse. I think one that can definitely kind of get himself involved, and that's what worries me about Cold Creek Queso because some other horses may be leaving out of there.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. I mean, if a few of them do buzz out of there, then it's going to put them in a bad spot. But so far tonight, I don't really see any bias. I don't think the front end's holding up any better than the back end. So I mean, even if he does have to race them from off, it shouldn't be too bad.
I do like the body language of this 5 horse.
Agreed.
And again, you talk about drivers racing or sitting behind horses, more often or maybe back-to-back weeks. James Nosey hung there, right? This horse hung last time out. That's why I could see a different approach from him tactically. I say, why not? If he hasn't gone by certain horses in some of those earlier efforts, why not try something new and try and maybe get his bell rung a little bit?
That's the thing, And I mean, I don't think that I didn't notice, but yeah, I think they're still bouncing around on his head
Looks
there.
sharp.
So the plugs are out.
Yeah.
He does.
Seventh race field. They're lined up behind the gates. Group of 7. Here's we start the back half of the Saturday 12-pack. 4-5. Number 5, Miraculous Desby. At the top of the stretch here, they come to a start. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of there, down the center, the trio of Better Than Spring, Dublin Dasher, and Miraculous Desby. Leaving out of there now, that trio turns into Cold Creek Queso as Miraculous Desby backpedals a bit outside in fourth, and it's Pacino Hanover along the pylons fifth. He's 2 in front of Jack Panic to the opening turn. Class Yankee trails. Cold Creek Queso continues to push on for the lead with Better Than Spring, now settling in the pocket in front of Dublin Dasher. Miraculous Desby, the 1-5 favorite, is fourth, and it looks like he's probably to follow the move of Dublin Dasher, who rolls here for Cullen in the backstretch after a 26-4 opening quarter. So Dublin Dasher up on the outside, trying to get past Cold Creek Queso. He hangs him out for now. Miraculous Desby is on cover, and briefly 3 wide here from McDonald. So Dublin Dasher stretched to make the lead. Now Miraculous Desby up on the outside, set to engage the new leader. They're down to the half in 55-1, and Miraculous Desby takes over. Dublin Dasher second. Cold Creek Queso back to third. Better Than Spring in fourth. Inside fifth, Pacino Hanover on the outside as Jack Panic following him from the back, a Class Yankee. 3/8 to go for Miraculous Desby. The leader heading to the final turn. He's got a length and a quarter right now on Dublin Dasher. Cold Creek Queso back out for more. Here he is at a third, takes over second, a length away from Miraculous Desby, 1:23-2 to 3/4. And it's Miraculous Desby turning for the Mohawk Park stretch with a lead of about a length, with Cold Creek Queso breathing fire on the outside and now poking ahead in front. And it's Cold Creek Queso taking over the lead from Miraculous Desby. Jack Panic closing at him, and a Class Yankee starting to pace up from the back. Cold Creek Queso at 8-1's got the lead. A Class Yankee at huge odds chases, but Jameson finds the line first with Cold Creek Queso for an 8-1 upset at 151-3, fending off a Class Yankee late. Seventh race unofficial on the board, 1-7-6-2. Seventh race upsetters back in front of us. It's the one, Coal Creek Queso. 7-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar. It's from the Mach 3 dam, Mach Beth's Lady. Coal Creek Standardbred owns, Daniel Walker trains, Jody Jamieson the winning driver. Coal Creek Queso kicks off his season with a win. It's the 20th of his career, 151-3 at 8-1. Coal Creek Queso in the 7th. Coal Creek Queso returning 1970, 10, 20, and 640. Second was number 7, a Class Yankee, 3480, 1820. Third, number 6, Jack Panic, 1550. The $2 exacta, $513.90. Dollar try, $815.65. Dollar super, $8,000, $538.70. $2 double, $156 even. Dollar pick, $399.70. $425 and some change live in the mid pick 5. Pick 6, 2 legs to go, down to $7.78. Race 8 up next to start our late pick 5. Four to 5 on number 5, Miraculous Desby. At the top of the stretch, here they come to a start. Where they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of there, down the center, the trio of Better Than Spring, Dublin Dasher, and Miraculous Desby. Leaving out of there now, that trio turns into Coal Creek Queso. As Miraculous Desby backpedals a bit, outside in 4th, and it's Pacino Hanover along the pylons 5th. He's 2 in front of Jack Panic to the opening turn. A Class Yankee trails. Coal Creek Queso continues to push on for the lead with Better Than Spring, now settling in the pocket in front of Dublin Dasher. Miraculous Desby, the 1-5 favorite, is 4th, and it looks like he's probably to follow the move of Dublin Dasher, who rolls here for Cullen in the backstretch after a 26-4 opening quarter. So Dublin Dasher up on the outside, trying to get past Coal Creek Queso. He hangs him out for now. Miraculous Desby is on cover, and briefly 3 wide here from McDonald. So Dublin Dasher stretched to make the lead. Now Miraculous Desby up on the outside, set to engage the new leader. They're down to the half in 55-1, and Miraculous Desby takes over. Dublin Dasher second. Coal Creek Queso back to third. Better Than Spring in 4th. Inside 5th, Pacino Hanover on the outside as Jack Panic following him from the back, a Class Yankee. 3/8 to go for Miraculous Desby. The leader heading to the final turn. He's got a length and a quarter right now on Dublin Dasher. Coal Creek Queso back out for more. Here he is at a third, takes over second. A length away from Miraculous Desby, 1:23-2 to 3/4. And it's Miraculous Desby turning for the Mohawk Park stretch with a lead of about a length. With Coal Creek Queso breathing fire on the outside and now poking ahead in front. And it's Coal Creek Queso taking over the lead from Miraculous Desby. Jack Panic closing at him, and a Class Yankee starting to pace up from the back. Coal Creek Queso at 8-1's got the lead. A Class Yankee at huge odds chases, but Jamieson finds the line first with Coal Creek Queso for an 8-1 upset at 151-3, fending off a Class Yankee late. Finish order from race 7. Top down is 147, 5-6-3-2 on the bottom. 8th race starting the late pick 5 next. Judges ineligible scratch of 1 Lady Terra. Number 3 Delta Sunrise, aluminum to steel shoes front. And a Murphy blind is added to the left side. Post time for race 8's in 10 minutes. Here's the field for race 8. The 1 is scratched. Number 2 is Madrid. Jonathan Drury drives. Carmen Asiello training for Asiello Stables. Delta Sunrise. Number 3, David Kelly drives, trains, and co-owns with Nina Randall and Donald McDougall. 4 is One More Bet. Jean Torini training for Les Écuries Montréal Incorporated. Jody Jamieson to drive. Blinded by the Light, the 5, driven by Tyler Borth, sent out by Blair Burgess for owner Kenneth Seastrom. Number 6 in the field, Superior to Light, driven by James McDonald. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows and Hassan Alamarati. Chiefs Dream Girl number 7, Todd Ratchford at the controls. Emma Christophe Roux training for High Stakes Incorporated. Here's the 8, Cause I'm Special. Doug McNair to drive. Greg McNair trains for Rick Ryer. Number 9, Santa Fe's Appetite. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen and owners A1 Stable. And 10 in the group, Western Wish. J.R. Plant in the sulky, Carmen Asiello for Aaron Waxman, Santo, and Nunzio Venna. That's your field race number 8, starting our late pick 5 in 3 minutes.
They're on track as we get set for race number 8. I tell you what, that was a really good effort by Cold Creek Queso.
Whoa,
really
multiple moves there.
Yeah. Well, James, I thought drove Miraculous Desby kind of a different style, but this, I'll tell you what, the horse just isn't putting forth the kind of efforts I expected from when I saw him step foot here in North America for the first time.
I think he really cooked things up with that qualifier.
Yeah.
And then we've never really, we've seen nice miles out of him, but no grit other than in the qualifier.
It was that first time when Louis came flying on the end of it in that first start. It was
and
on
he fell
stakes
short.
night.
And he
then
fell
it's just
short.
Like, okay, this thing is, he's going to be something. We just haven't seen that yet.
Every week he falls short.
Yeah,
If he doesn't get the right kind of trip, then he falls even a bit more shorter. So I don't know. I don't know if it might be another one that's a bit of a bounce. Maybe that first start was too much.
All right, but speaking of which, how about your top selection here on track, Blinded by Delight? Looks sharp out there, taking some support. The only thing going against her is that stale date, but she's going to be adding Lasix here for the first time, and hails from a barn that you think is going to be no problem having missed a month.
Yeah, I'll say one thing. When I drove for Blair, he never, ever let me down. I might have let him down a few times, but he never once let me down. His horses are ready to go. And if they're not, he'll tell you that, they're going to need it. But she looks fantastic out there. And like I said, second start Lasix, I think this is a real nice level for her. Right now, the 4-horse One More Bet is taking all the action. And I'm a big fan of One More Bet, other than the fact she really doesn't seem like a horse that likes to win very much.
No, but again, new year.
Yeah.
New start, and maybe that's going to, obviously clean that slate. But look, she puts herself in good spots. She races well, but I still just can't get over the fact that she struggles to get to the line first. I'm with you there. I went to the 3-horse Delta Sunrise. She's taken some support. I loved her on December 19th. Look, Dave Kelly had a choice. He could have sat the 2-hole and followed Century Jamila, a mare that I would have been more than willing to follow in that spot. He removed because he thought he was tons the best. Going 55 to the half on a night like that night, I don't think that was necessarily a winning formula, and I think that's why we see her finish up the way she did. I think with a better chip, she can bounce back with a big effort, Randy.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I've been using Dave quite a bit there, so I mean, he's due to start to knock off a few wins.
We've had no luck backing
No
him.
luck so far. So he's due to, knock off. One thing about this board, though, John, it's very lukewarm.
Yeah,
no real clear-cut favorite in the right now.
You can go value shopping. Again, you're getting a solid price on your top selection here. Santa Fe's Appetite, who's coming off a very convincing victory. She's got the 9-hole, but she's showing some gate speed now, right? And how about Western Wish from the far outside at 15 to 1? She's got some back class. I think you could probably take out some horses, though, right? I mean, I'm pretty confident in saying I don't think a horse like Madrid's going to get the job done. I know, personally, I just don't see it in this particular spot tonight.
Yeah, no, it's going to be tough in here. And even like Cause I'm Special, even though she is racing good and getting closer and closer to victory lane, I think that this was a big jump up, maybe at the wrong time.
Superior Delight, though, 5 to 1. Good draw to work with a mare who had such a nice 2025 campaign. I'm curious to see what she can do here as an aged horse in 2026.
And picks up McDonald.
Yeah.
Getting set for tonight's 8th as we kick off our third and final pick 5 of the night. Late pool right now continues to climb, more than 22,000 in there. And a pretty good looking betting board. Favoritism to the 4, One More Bet, 5 to 2. A couple 4 to 1 shots, 9 to 2 and 5 to 1 on the board. A handful of them getting some play here. Now favoritism rising to 3 to 1 on One More Bet. Wide open affair, it seems, in race number 8. It's post time. Horses and drivers for race 8, they're all lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And we see some speed down the center. Flash by Blinded by Delight. Now sprinting out ahead of that one's going to be Superior Delight. And from the outside, Santa Fe's Appetite. Santa Fe's Appetite, Superior Delight, and Blinded by Delight racing to the opening turn. Tucking for a seat in fourth is One More Bet. Ended up going down to 2-1 and holding favoritism status. Delta Sunrise follows the favorite fifth. Western Wish is going to drop in for a seat sixth in front of the stablemate Madrid. And then it's back to Chiefs Dream Girl and 'Cause I'm Special from off the pace tonight. 27-1 opening quarter. Santa Fe's Appetite has worked her way to the lead. She's got 2 right now on Superior Delight, the pocket sitter. Blinded by Delight is third at 3/8. One More Bet fourth. Delta Sunrise from fifth. Western Wish pacing sixth. Madrid the seventh one. Next to last eighth is Chiefs Dream Girl. And starting up from the back ninth, that is 'Cause I'm Special. Here's Borth on the move with Blinded by Delight out of third, and he's going to try and ambush Santa Fe's Appetite on the lead here, 56-3 down to the half, and Santa Fe's Appetite able to hang out Blinded by Delight as they race to 5/8. Superior Delight in behind the leader. One More Bet to the outside, second over. Now that one's going to tuck, and David Kelly's going to pick up second over cover with Delta Sunrise here as Jameson takes his chances to follow Superior Delight. Also making up some ground is 'Cause I'm Special. She's closer. Here comes Delta Sunrise wide up the last turn, 125 and 2 3/4. Santa Fe's Appetite, the leader. Delta Sunrise starting to close and pacing up a storm in the center of the track, taking over the lead, and now drawing clear at 7-1. Here's Delta Sunrise with the lead. She's got 3 on Superior Delight, and it's Delta Sunrise with less than a 16th to go. She will not be caught. Delta Sunrise by 2. Second best, that was Superior Delight. It looked like Santa Fe's Appetite held on to third from Chiefs Dream Girl, 154 and 2. It's Delta Sunrise at 7-1. Eighth race unofficial, 3697. Eighth race upsetter in front of us. It's number 3, Delta Sunrise. Delta Sunrise, a bay mare, 5 years old by BJ's Bequeas, out of the Better's Delight Dambetta. Owned, trained, driven by David Kelly, co-owned by Nina Randall and Donald McDougall. Delta Sunrise kicks off her campaign in 2026 with a winning effort, the 9th of her career. 154 and 2 equals her lifetime mark. Delta Sunrise at 7-1 takes race 8. Payouts from race 8, the 3 Delta Sunrise, $16.10, $584. Second, 6 Superior Delight, $493.60. Third was number 9, Santa Fe's Appetite, $420. $92.70 for the $2 Exacta. The dollar try returned $250. Dollar Super, $1,928.40. $2 double, $420.20. A dollar pick 3, $2,209.55. 3,100 plus is live in the pick 5. That, I believe, is the late pick 5 pool. The mid pick 5, there it is. Update on that one, just over $23 with 2 legs to go. And the pick 6 going to the final leg, just 27 cents. Remains live. Up next, 9th race, late pick 4 starts with the open pace. Horses and drivers for race 8, they're all lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And we see some speed down the center. Flash by Blinded by Delight. Now sprinting out ahead of that one's going to be Superior Delight. And from the outside, Santa Fe's Appetite. Santa Fe's Appetite, Superior Delight, and Blinded by Delight. Racing to the opening turn. Tucking for a seat in 4th is One More Bet. Ended up going down to 2-1 and holding favoritism status. Delta Sunrise follows the favorite 5th. Western Wish is going to drop in for a seat 6th in front of the stablemate Madrid. And then it's back to Chiefs Dream Girl and 'Cause I'm Special from off the pace tonight. 27-1 opening quarter. Santa Fe's Appetite has worked her way to the lead. She's got 2 right now on Superior Delight, the pocket sitter. Blinded by Delight is 3rd at 3/8. One More Bet 4th. Delta Sunrise from 5th. Western Wish pacing 6th. Madrid the 7th one. Next to last 8th is Chiefs Dream Girl. And starting up from the back 9th, that is 'Cause I'm Special. Here's Borth on the move with Blinded by Delight out of 3rd, and he's going to try and ambush Santa Fe's Appetite on the lead here, 56-3 down to the half, and Santa Fe's Appetite able to hang out Blinded by Delight as they race to 5/8. Superior Delight in behind the leader. One More Bet to the outside, second over. Now that one's going to tuck, and David Kelly's going to pick up second over cover with Delta Sunrise here as Jameson takes his chances to follow Superior Delight. Also making up some ground is 'Cause I'm Special. She's closer. Here comes Delta Sunrise wide off the last turn, 125 and 2 3/4. Santa Fe's Appetite, the leader. Delta Sunrise starting to close and pacing up a storm in the center of the track, taking over the lead, and now drawing clear at 7-1. Here's Delta Sunrise with the lead. She's got 3 on Superior Delight, and it's Delta Sunrise with less than a 16th to go. She will not be caught. Delta Sunrise by 2. Second best, that was Superior Delight. It looked like Santa Fe's Appetite held on to 3rd from Chiefs Dream Girl, 154 and 2. It's Delta Sunrise at 7-1. Finish order from race 8. Top down is Scratch 6-1, 7-9-2, 4-5-3, 8 on the bottom. Ninth race open pace next to start the late pick for no changes. Post time in 12 minutes. Open pacers for race 9 on Prater's. Number 1, Salzburg Victor. Brett McDonald owns and drives. Ron McDonald, the trainer. Number 2 is Remember the Alamo. Tyler Borth at the lines. Ben Bergeron trains at co-owns with Santo, Nunzio Venna, and Frank Cirillo. Here's number 3. It's Saturday night. Jody Jamieson in the bike. Dave Maneri trains for Pollock Racing. We're going to go 5 Brew Hanover next. James McDonald in the sulky. Dave Maneri training for Burke Racing Stable in Weaver Brashemi. Now 4 Torossi. Doug McNair between the wheels. Greg McNair trains for Brad Grant and Alanya Racing. And number 6 Blue Hunt. Travis Cullen the driver. Jody Cullen the trainer. Owners are Don McRae, Stephen Klanowski, and Degat Racing. That's your field. For race number 9, it's the open pace to kick off tonight's late pick 4 in 4 minutes.
Magic Waples angle works again. Delta Sunrise aggressively handled, made 2 moves. Look, again, in hindsight, after the race concluded, right away, I remember texting my dad. I said, you can go back to this mare next time she's out, because, again, I thought it was, just from a viewer standpoint, the way the miles were going, ill-advised, moved to the lead again. But she got tired, and what happened the week after? She got tired and worked out another trip, an easy winner. So you're right. Again, that's something I picked up from you. That does make a big difference.
Huge.
Who starts after.
Yeah, huge. I mean, well, even the other night there, we were lucky enough to have Doug Brown come in here.
With Daffy.
What did he say when he got Travis to race her hard? And I said, why did you do that? And he said, break her loose, get her tired, make her stronger. Yeah. It's an old tactic that the drivers used, but it works.
But it works, and you know what? You get some value the week after because the lines don't look appealing, and then they come back with a different trip. We saw it with Lose World again, too, right? Yeah. Again, when he came back with a good effort. So
I'm really glad that my move is working for you tonight because it's not working for me.
No. But aren't you proud that I at least took something away from you after all those months? I took something away from you.
I'm proud just the fact that you come in here and work with me. I'm happy about that.
All right, we're going to move on here to race number 9. This is going to be the pick 4, final pick 4 opportunity of the evening. We've got some salty aged pacers here going postward, Randy. And how about the even money favorite, Brew Hanover? You're getting a good price on your top selection. See, I thought I would be the second choice. That's not the case. Brew Hanover is going to take favorite status tonight, and he looks sharp out there.
I thought that I could get by. And listen, I'm cool with Tarasi. I got no issues. They're both coming in here with the same kind of date. It's just that I think last week the Dougie won the race more than the horse won the race. The drive won the race. But last week was, to me, the first time that Brew Hanover really looked strong on the end of it. You know what I mean? They're in a good spot. It's just going to, what's going to be interesting to see is how they get away. How do they decide to do this, Do they just line up 1-2?
Yeah. And again, we could be saying, are we going to say after this race again to Rossi, how did he pay X amount? Because we saw that when he won at 11-1, when he won at 6-1, I know he was placed in that event. Just continues to get the job done. We know he's got all the talent in the world. But I could see Brew Hanover. I could see this being his night. But this one's taken some support too.
Yeah.
Remember the Alamo?
That's still a nice number if you could get him down.
Put a wrinkle in this race, though, right? If he pushes out from the inside, I just don't know where's he going to get seated. The other two have a better post advantage. If he gets away third, can he do it first over tonight, for example?
I think he's in a unique situation because I'm not 100% sure if Tarasi's got great gate speed, but I don't think he's got any greater gate speed than Remember the Alamo. Okay. So if you're Tyler Borth and the three has come out of there together, why wouldn't you push forward, make Dougie get on your back, and you sit on Brew's? Because I think Brew is going to try to chop this.
Nice to see Salzburg Victor back. He's going to be a nice little re-addition here on this circuit.
Compact group of a half dozen lining up for this week's open pace. Kicks off our late pick 4, closes out the pick 6. And just one live ticket appears to be from south of the border. Onto the 5 Brew Hanover, the only one covered in that wager. Good luck to that lone ticket holder. Even money at Brew Hanover. He tries to turn the tables on Tarasi, who's been a winner in his last 3. Field of 6 for race 9. Here they come. And away they go in this week's open pace. And Brew Hanover is going to jet out of there for McDonald early, going after the early command. Remember the Alamo sprinting with him to the inside, and Salzburg Victor also put into play here by Brett McDonald. Tarasi tucks over for a seat fourth in behind the early battle. And then it is It Saturday Night, who's tracked by early trainer Blue Hunt. Salzburg Victor has worked his way to the lead. He held that pole position and pushed on for the front with Remember the Alamo now going to the deuce. Brew Hanover had to backpedal here to third. 26 flat opening quarter speed. Tarasi tightens up in fourth. It's Saturday Night a second to last fifth. And the trailer in sixth is Blue Hunt. It's Salzburg Victor showing the way by a length and a half on Remember the Alamo and Brew Hanover. Here first up out of fourth is Tarasi. It's Saturday Night. He's next to last. Will he be brought to the outside to follow cover? We'll soon find out as Blue Hunt continues to trail. 55-2, the Pacers got down to the half, and it's Salzburg Victor still leading the way. Into the turn to 5/8. He's got a length and a quarter on Tarasi, who's first over and up to second. Remember the Alamo to the inside third. Brew Hanover was the one that managed to get off of the pylons and get the second over trip, falling Tarasi. Inside fifth is Blue Hunt. Third over to the outside. It's Saturday Night. So 3 in, 3 out to 3/4, and it's reached in 1:23-4 by leader Salzburg Victor. Off of this turn, he leads about a length and a half, maybe two now, on Tarasi. Off his covers, Brew Hanover trying to close. Blue Hunt to behind horses from the back. It's Saturday Night. Remember the Alamo as well. Tarasi's not done. Salzburg Victor still clinging to the lead. Tarasi now on the outside, and Brew Hanover. And also It's Saturday Night. Brew Hanover and Tarasi and Brew Hanover hitting the line together. Not sure if Brew Hanover got his nose up in time. He may have. We've got a win photo in 1:51-4. Let's see what our slow-mo cam might tell us. And by this shot, I would tend to favor Brew Hanover on the outside of the 4 Tarasi, with It's Saturday Night not far out of it either into the top 3. But we'll have a win photo for the 9th. We'll pass along the results of that here momentarily. And it was Brew Hanover up by a nose over the 4 Tarasi. 3 at Saturday Night third, 1 Salzburg Victor fourth, 5-4, 3-1, unofficial in the 9th. And it's a winning start to the year for 5 Brew Hanover as he takes the 9th race open pace. 6-year-old bay gelding by Stay Hungry from the Art Majored and Blind Ambitions, owned by Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi. Dave Beneri winning trainer James McDonald with his second of the night. Brew Hanover scoring his 32nd career victory, and up in time scored 151-4. Number 5, Brew Hanover, returning $3, 210, 210. Second, number 4, Taurasi, 290, 230. Third was 3 at Saturday night, 370. $2 exact, a $20 try, 23 and a quarter. $1 super, 65.45. $2 double, 45.60. Dollar pick 3, 740.15. And a 20-cent winning pick 6 lone ticket, 4,645.71. 32,000 plus wagered in the late pick 4. More than 17,000 in live money is going to move on. $8.04 live in the mid pick 5 to the final leg. And the late pick 5 has just over 1,500. Still going strong. There's been a winner in his last 3. Field of 6 for race 9. Here they come. And away they go in this week's open pace. And Brew Hanover is going to jet out of there for McDonald early, going after the early command. Remember the Alamo sprinting with him to the inside, and Salzburg Victor also put into play here by Brett McDonald. Taurasi tucks over for a seat 4th in behind the early battle. And then it is Saturday night, who's tracked by early trainer Blue Hunt. Salzburg Victor has worked his way to the lead. He held that pole position and pushed on for the front with, remember, the Alamo now going to the deuce. Brew Hanover had to backpedal here to 3rd. 26 flat opening quarter speed. Taurasi tightens up in 4th. It's Saturday night, a 2nd to last 5th. And the trailer in 6th is Blue Hunt. It's Salzburg Victor showing the way by a length and a half on Remember the Alamo and Brew Hanover. Here first up out of 4th is Taurasi. It's Saturday night. He's next to last. Will he be brought to the outside to follow cover? We'll soon find out as Blue Hunt continues to trail. 55-2, the Pacers got down to the half, and it's Salzburg Victor still leading the way. Into the turn to 5/8. He's got a length and a quarter on Taurasi, who's first over and up to 2nd. Remember the Alamo to the inside 3rd. Brew Hanover was the one that managed to get off of the pylons and get the 2nd over trip, following Taurasi. Inside 5th is Blue Hunt. 3rd over to the outside. It's Saturday night. So 3 in, 3 out to 3/4, and it's reached in 123-4 by leader Salzburg Victor. Off of this turn, he leads about a length and a half, maybe 2 now, on Taurasi. Off his covers, Brew Hanover trying to close. Blue Hunt to behind horses from the back. It's Saturday night. Remember the Alamo as well. Taurasi's not done. Salzburg Victor still clinging to the lead. Taurasi now on the outside, and Brew Hanover. And also it's Saturday night. Brew Hanover and Taurasi. Taurasi and Brew Hanover hitting the line together. Not sure if Brew Hanover got his nose up in time. He may have. We've got a win photo in 151-4. Finish order from race 9, top down, reads 4-6-3-2-1-5. Race number 10 is where we head to next. Number 2, La Mondier going open to Swedish blinds. 11 minutes to post. Number 1, Snack Attack leads parade for the 10th race. Ed Hensley drives for trainer Ashley Hensley. Ed and Ashley are the owners. La Mondier, the 2, Brett McDonald driving. Ron McDonald trains. Brett also owns with Shen Go, Kent Livingston, and Kelly Scott. Travis Cullen owns and drives number 3, Respect Our Flag. Ron Cullen and Paul Sanders are in on the ownership with Jody Cullen training. Number 4, Tricky McWicky, Doug McNair aboard. Mike Vanderkamp trains for Stu and Patricia Bolander. Self-made 5, Tyler Borth drives. Gerard Demers training for Robert Bergeron and Chantal Trepanier. The 6, RJ Ringo, driven by Todd Ratchford. Ruth Moore trains and owns with Jim Hasty. Number 7, Sergeant Slaughter. Vic Putty trains for Limco Incorporated. Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, Travis Henry, the driver. And Ariel Hanover's the 8, James McDonald the bike. Kara Stacy trains for owner Robin Morley. That's your field for the 10th race. Pacers are to the gate in 4 minutes.
I know it wasn't a winning move, but again, when you see certain guys come back to the circuit, you see certain horses come back to the circuit, it really shook up the complexion of the race, because you saw Brett McDonald, 2 races that he was a part of, pushed out of there aggressively, provided a little bit of movement there. That was a big effort by Tarasi. I tell you what, a lot of horses in that race, did race really, really well. But man, I mean, just tough beat for Tarasi there, who was out a long, long way and just got picked off late.
Out a long ways and taking all the fresh air.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. He raced good. I agree with you, too, on the Brett McDonald. That's why I like when these guys come in and mix it up. Now, if he's not driving Victor in that last race in the way that he did, it's a snooze fest.
100%.
100% snooze fest. One guy changed the whole complexion of the race and made them race it, and I applaud it.
It's not always going to be the winning move or the right move per se, but sometimes a little bit of that. When you shake things up, when you add something different, it helps.
That's right. It surely doesn't hurt. That's all.
Good efforts there. Again, nice to see Brew Hanover back in the winner's circle, but really nice race for a 6-horse field without a doubt. But we're going to move on here to race number 10, a field of 8. 5-2 favorite. Speaking of Brett McDonald, he's going to be aboard this 9-year-old gelded son of some beach somewhere, Lamandier, who shipped in from Australia just in December. He's had a couple of starts to get himself acclimated. Randy, I think he's got one wicked move on the end of it, though. I just thought we were going to see that last time out given the trip.
Yeah, I did too. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about this guy. I find some of the horses that, for whatever reason, when they come over, some of them really race good from Australia and New Zealand. Other ones, it seems like it takes them a few starts to kind of get accustomed, And with Lamandier there, I thought he raced good, but I really thought he could have finished it off last week. Really did. So I'm going to throw him back in for second. Interesting. Going to go from an open to a Swedish. If we could stay on this horse, the greatest producers in harness racing, just stay on. I'd just like to see if that's going to start off as an open or a blind bridle. And right now, it kind of looks like it's an open. Yeah. So you can see the flaps. They're up. You can see his eyes. Now he's going to pull a string, and those 2 flaps are going to come down, and then he's going to have himself a blind bridle. Thanks a lot, producers. Great job. So we're going to go basically open to open, but at some point he's going to pull that string, and that is going to be a set of blind bridles. So very interesting change on him. And this 8-horse looks great out there at 13-1.
Again, I knew you were going to get a double-digit price on him, but we talked about horses getting tired. He worked out a nice trip, but he had to work hard to get there. He sat at 2-hole against some quick panels. Maybe that
20 feet before the wires when it showed.
Exactly, and maybe that's going to help him here in this spot. But I'm curious to see what kind of trip James is going to give him tonight. That's the thing.
I hope he gets a little bit sneaky. Unless he is overly impressed with him, I wouldn't race him in front. Don't like him that way is good.
Self-made, you liked him last week. I decided to go back to him in this spot. He left out there, took a shuffle, and showed some pace up the inside. I think he's a big-time player in here.
Completely agree, too. And 5-2, again, you're getting a nice number.
Time's running out to wager on the 10th race as they line up behind the gate. Group of 8 to kickstart the final pick 3 of the night. 8-5 on 2, Lamandier. Brett McDonald here in town, so he'll drive a horse he shares ownership on. 5-2 on the 5 Self-Made. And 5-1 now on number 6, RJ Ringo. Field of Pacers at the top of the stretch behind the gate. It's post time. Field picks up speed. Capped off start for the two Lemontier. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And showing some hustle from an outside draw, Sergeant Slaughter. To the inside down the center, Self-Made, also Tricky McWicky. Those are your early leaders. And then in behind that trio is RJ Ringo and Snack Attack as they race to the opening turn and beyond now. Respect Our Flag is going to get away sixth, followed by Lemontier and early trailer Ario Hanover. Self-Made, bet down as the 3-2 favorite, leads the way for Borth after a 27-2 opening quarter. But here comes the parked out Sergeant Slaughter, now up on the outside, second a length away from leader Self-Made. Tricky McWicky's in the pocket third. Snack Attack fourth. Fifth one is RJ Ringo, followed by Respect Our Flag, then Lemontier next to last, trailers Ario Hanover. Racing towards the midway check-in, and Sergeant Slaughter now takes over from the race favorite Self-Made. Tricky McWicky in third and brought to the outside here quickly by McNair, and he's going to take a quick charge at Sergeant Slaughter. 57-3 was the half, and Tricky McWicky goes right around Sergeant Slaughter. Self-Made caught to the inside. Outside of that one is RJ Ringo now taking over third. On that one's covers Respect Our Flag pinned in, and stuck in right now is Snack Attack. And here to the outside comes Lemontier, and two more to the trailer, Ario Hanover. Tricky McWicky has got 5 on his rivals to 3/4 in 125 flat. Tricky McWicky will try to seal the deal. He's got the long Mohawk stretch to hold on. It's Tricky McWicky leading it. Sergeant Slaughter in pursuit second. RJ Ringo outside third. Off that one's cover is Respect Our Flag. Ducking between horses, Snack Attack, and from the back starting to pace is Ario Hanover. But Tricky McWicky got the jump, and he is going to win. By open lengths, it's Tricky McWicky and McNair to pull off the 12-1 upset. Ario Hanover up for second, 153-2. Tricky McWicky in the 10th. Unofficial 4-8-6-3. Number 4, Tricky McWicky returns in front of us after upsetting the 10th race. 5-year-old Brown Gelding by McWicked is from the $1 Million Cam Dam Hat Trick Honey. It's winning homebred for owners Stu and Patricia Bolander. Mike Vanderkamp trains. Doug McNair, the winning driver. Tricky McWicky kicks off his year with a win, the 12th of his career, 153-2 at 12-1. 10th race payouts. Tricky McWicky, $26.30, $10, $5.20. 8 REO Hanover, $12.39.20. 6 RJ Ringo, $5.20. $2 Exacta, $2.50, $2.60. The dollar try, paid $5.95.80. Dollar Super, $3,200, $16.70. $2 double, $35.10. Dollar pick 3, $160, $160. A 20-cent mid-pick 5 winning ticket, $7,091.14. 1,300 plus still live in the pick 4. And the late pick 5, $108.68. 2 more to go here on the Saturday card. Field picks up speed. Capped off start for the 2 Lemontier. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And showing some hustle from an outside draw, Sergeant Slaughter. To the inside down the center, Self-Made, also Tricky McWicky, those are your early leaders. And then in behind that trio is RJ Ringo and Snack Attack as they race to the opening turn and beyond now. Respect Our Flag is going to get away 6th, followed by Lemontier and early trailer Ario Hanover. Self-Made, bet down as the 3-2 favorite, leads the way for Borth after a 27-2 opening quarter. But here comes the parked out Sergeant Slaughter, now up on the outside, second, a length away from leader Self-Made. Tricky McWicky's in the pocket third. Snack Attack 4th. 5th one is RJ Ringo, followed by Respect Our Flag, then Lemontier next to last, trailers Ario Hanover. Racing towards the midway check-in, and Sergeant Slaughter now takes over from the race favorite Self-Made. Tricky McWicky in third and brought to the outside here quickly by McNair, and he's going to take a quick charge at Sergeant Slaughter. 57-3 was the half, and Tricky McWicky goes right around Sergeant Slaughter. Self-Made caught to the inside. Outside of that one is RJ Ringo now taking over third. On that one's covers Respect Our Flag, pinned in and stuck in right now is Snack Attack. And here to the outside comes Lemontier and 2 more to the trailer, Ario Hanover. Tricky McWicky has got 5 on his rivals to 3/4 in 125 flat. Tricky McWicky will try to seal the deal. He's got the long Mohawk stretch to hold on. It's Tricky McWicky leading it. Sergeant Slaughter in pursuit second. RJ Ringo outside third. Off that one's cover is Respect Our Flag. Ducking between horses, Snack Attack, and from the back starting to pace is Ario Hanover. But Tricky McWicky got the jump, and he is going to win. By open lengths, it's Tricky McWicky and McNair to pull off the 12-1 upset. Ario Hanover up for second, 153-2. Tricky McWicky in the 10th. Finish order from race 10 is 7-6-4, 1-8-9, 5, and 2 on the bottom. Race 11 up next to start the late double. Number 2, Utopia Blue Chip. Steel to flip-flop shoes up front tonight. 14 minutes to post. Field for the 11th on parade. The one is Angostura Hanover. Trevor Henry in the bike. Kyle Fellows trains for Dr. Peter Johnston and Craig Watkins. Utopia Blue Chip, the 2s, driven by Dale Spence. Mackenzie Spence trains for Robert Palmer in the Cardinal stable. Here's the 3, So Much More. James McDonald aboard. Don Beatson trains and owns with Ken Beatson and Cole England. 4 is Glenborough. Travis Cullen owns and drives. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Dave Maneri sending out 5, Century Jamila for Pollock Racing. Travis Henry drives. The 6, Lions Better Day. Jonathan Drury in the bike. Tony Beaton training for 3 Lions Racing. And 7 in the group is Ms. Quicksand. Jody Jameson at the controls. Marie DuPont trains for Equerry CSL. That's your field for race 11. Post time in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 11 and more talented pacing mares here. We've had a lot of quality horses competing on this program tonight, Randy. We got a chance to see Tells on Roll, Caviar and Crackers. Those types of mares compete earlier on, and now we get a chance to see some of our favorite mares, including So Much More is the current 7-5 favorite. Just a tough trip last time out. Personally, again, just having watched her so many times, I can't say that she looked, the best that I've seen her in the past, but that didn't knock her racing effort. She was superb in defeat. I thought she was tough in defeat, really, really game in defeat.
I think she's always game. I think every time she steps onto the track there, she thrills me, But I can honestly say last week to me, she was whipping her feet up off the ground way too fast. So I think that if her feet were stinging her a little bit, she raced like a horse that her feet were stinging her. Now, I don't see that tonight. Now, the one knee that she's got tape on there, that looks like she's touched that a couple of times, so maybe she is bringing the feet up quicker than what she should. But I don't see that this week. Last week I saw it. This week I think she looks pretty good out there.
Amazing, though, that she's going to be kicking off her 10-year-old campaign and still racing at this high of a level. We see horses race throughout the course of their career, obviously till retirement, age 14, age 15, but at this level, it's incredible.
It is incredible. It really, truly is. She's a special horse, and huge props to the to the Beatsons and Cole England, and everybody that's ever drove her. She's just an absolute pleasure to have here.
One that you like in the spot at 5-1, Miss Quicksand. You highlighted that replay in her most recent effort. She was locked and loaded, and I think this mare's sitting on a big effort.
I think so too, and I really like her from the outside wing. To me, that is the whole key for her. You either have to have her on the car, or you got to have her on the outside wing for her to get out of there on her best foot. And she's got an outside draw today. So, either two things are going to happen. Either she's going to come out of there and maybe I'll be right, or Jody's going to take her to the back and I'm not going to be right.
Well, we're going to see in moments. But I tell you what, one mare I think that we're going to see a good effort from is Angostura Hanover. It seems like we see that from her each and every week. That was a good effort last time out. Of course, she tried to slip up the inside. She had lots of pace. She's going to get there against this group one of these days because she's inching closer.
She is. My biggest fear with her, I am using her, got her in for third, but my biggest fear is that tricky rail.
Yeah.
Where does she get away? If there's too many of them come out of there, he could get away in a spot where he might have to come first over again.
And what did we say last time out? We thought Century Jamila was inching closer to a trip to the winner's circle, but she got it done last time out at a big number, 26-1.
And because she was progressing the way that she is, she should only be better this week too.
Field for the 11th lines up behind the gate as we kick off our late double. Great So Much More, the race favorite right now at 6-5, 5-2, a couple of doors down at Century Jamila. The upsetter in that mandatory payout for the high five on December 27th. 7-2, Angostura Hanover, she raced great too that night. The inside getting some play, as is Ms. Quicksand outside. The mares for the 11th lined up. Here they come to a start. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And jetting out of there down the center, Century Jamila along with Glenborough. They sprint out in tandem. With him behind them is Quicksand crossing over for a seat third. In front of So Much More gets away fourth. Angostura Hanover is the fifth one. Utopia Blue Chip next to last, early sixth. And the early trailer, that's Lions Better Day. So single file, they've all got seats. Heading to the opening quarter. Leading the way, Century Jamila and Travis Henry by length. On Glenborough, the pocket sitter. Ms. Quicksand in third, even money favorite, So Much More fourth. After a 27-1 opening quarter. Angostura Hanover, the fifth one. Then Utopia Blue Chip sixth. A length and a half more to trailer Lions Better Day. 3/8 in the books. For leader, Century Jamila, showing the way a length on Glenborough. Ms. Quicksand still third, So Much More. She's fourth as we come to the midway point and now brought to the outside. She'll be first up. And she's going to supply cover to Angostura Hanover, and it'll be good cover at that. Utopia Blue Chip third over to the inside is Lions Better Day. Century Jamila, the one that continues to lead it. She's shown the way throughout, and she gets them to 5/8. But now on the outside, here's So Much More getting closer. She's a half length away. Glenborough locked up in the pocket third. Angostura Hanover second over and well positioned by Trevor Henry. Following that one third over, Utopia Blue Chip. The last pair are Ms. Quicksand and Lions Better Day. 3/4 was reached in 1:24-3. Century Jamila the leader. So Much More up on the outside. She won't throw in the towel. Angostura Hanover now tears off her cover and starts to close. So Much More. That drives her on. Angostura Hanover to her outside. Up the inside, Glenborough with Century Jamila. So Much More and Angostura Hanover. And here's Ms. Quicksand as well. Angostura Hanover gets up. It's Angostura Hanover for the victory in 1:53-1. Tight for second between Ms. Quicksand and So Much More. One 7-3-6 unofficial. Eleventh race winner is back in front of us. It's number 1, Angostura Hanover. Angostura Hanover, a bay mare, 6 years old by betting line from the Arts Place Dam Armbro Amaretto. Is owned by Dr. Peter Johnston and Craig Watkins. Kyle Fellows, the winning trainer. Trevor Henry with his second of the night. Angostura Hanover starts her season with a win, the 17th of her career. Tonight's earnings push her career total to over $400,000. Tonight's win was clocked in 1:53-1. Race 11 payouts. Number 1, Angostura Hanover, 1260, 460, 290. Second, number 7, Miss Quicksand, 440, 320. And third was 3, So Much More, 230. 44.30 for the $2 exacta, dollar try, 85.90. $1 super, 593.70. $2 double, 86 bucks. Dollar pick, 386.50. 278.30 live in the pick 4 to the final leg. For the pick 5, it's 19.33. The mares for the 11th lined up. Here they come to a start. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And jetting out of there down the center, Century Jamila along with Glenborough. They sprint out in tandem. With him behind them is Quicksand crossing over for a seat third. In front of So Much More gets away fourth. Angostura Hanover is the fifth one. Utopia Blue Chip next to last, early sixth. And the early trailer, that's Lions Better Day. So single file, they've all got seats. Heading to the opening quarter. Leading the way, Century Jamila and Travis Henry by length. On Glenborough, the pocket sitter. Ms. Quicksand in third, even money favorite, So Much More fourth. After a 27-1 opening quarter. Angostura Hanover, the fifth one. Then Utopia Blue Chip sixth. A length and a half more to trailer Lions Better Day. 3/8 in the books. For leader, Century Jamila. Showing the way a length on Glenborough. Ms. Quicksand still third, So Much More. She's fourth as we come to the midway point and now brought to the outside. She'll be first up, and she's going to supply cover to Angostura Hanover, and it'll be good cover at that. Utopia Blue Chip third. Over to the inside is Lions Better Day. Century Jamila, the one that continues to lead it. She's shown the way throughout, and she gets him to 5/8. But now on the outside, here's So Much More getting closer. She's a half length away. Glenborough locked up in the pocket third. Angostura Hanover second over and well positioned by Trevor Henry. Following that one, third over Utopia Blue Chip. The last pair are Ms. Quicksand and Lions Better Day. 3/4 was reached in 1:24.3. Century Jamila the leader. So Much More up on the outside. She won't throw in the towel. Angostura Hanover now tears off her cover and starts to close. So Much More. That drives her on. Angostura Hanover to her outside. Up the inside, Glenborough with Century Jamila. So Much More and Angostura Hanover. And here's Ms. Quicksand as well. Angostura Hanover gets up. It's Angostura Hanover for the victory in 1:53.1. Tight for second between Ms. Quicksand and So Much More. Rundown from race 11. It's 173, 654, 2 on the bottom. 12th and final up next. One night carryover in the jackpot high five of just over 6,200, or just under 6,300, we should say. And in race number 12, field of 10 will close things out. Just note that the One National Tiers chart lines are all up to date. Post time in 11 minutes.
we're getting set here for race number 12 to wrap things up. Nice win by Angostura Hanover as she gets the job done. Nice little stretch drive there, but your top pick, she raced awesome.
Miss Quicksand.
Awesome. Got out a little bit too late, trouble trip, but she was live yet
She was
again.
live. She's good right now. But so's Angostura Hanover. The last 2 or 3 weeks, like, I mean, you know, she never really goes through a bad spell, but I did think that she went through a little bit of a lull. You know, you're so used to seeing her up in the top class, and then she got herself down into the non-winners of 9,000, but the form has come back. She's strong again.
All right, so we're going to wrap things up here in race number 12. You and I both going to hope to go home a winner together, because Dusty Lane Levi, that's going to be our top pick here in this spot, Randy. How good was he last time out? Look, he was double entered between December 22nd and December 27th, but he stepped up in company last time out. I tell you what, Blue Bar really needed that wire, because this Beaufort trainee, that confidence is a big, big thing. It doesn't seem to matter that he stepped up last time.
You know, in my time, John, there, when you could have a horse that could win non-winners of 3, that separated you from the rest. You had 2. If you couldn't win non-winners of 3, you were pretty well destined for claimers. If you could win non-winners of 3, you had yourself a Saturday night special. This guy is going to win non-winners of 3 real soon.
A Blue Bar, one that has taken some support, deservedly so. But again, he needed that wire last time out. I just prefer to play against him tonight.
I agree. I got him in for second. That's my exactor, 2-3.
Aaron Wood Big Mac, I think he can pop up with a big effort. I just don't love that you can't leave aggressively with him off the car.
I'm a little bit scared on that, too. Threw him in for third. He was good to me last week, though.
All right. That's going to wrap things up for Randy and I tonight. 12 races are going to be wrapped up here momentarily, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day as well. Big night of races, and a big night for my Ravens tomorrow. They need to convert against the Steelers for their
You got to show
hopes.
a little team love and wear the Ravens sweater tomorrow.
I think that's the plan. I think that is the plan. Safe drive home, everybody. Best of luck if you're closing on some wagers.
Field for the 12th on parade. Here's number 1 national tier. Anthony Hahn drives for trainer Meg Crone. Meg and Anthony share ownership. Dusty Lane Levi is the 2. James McDonald driving for trainer Beau Ford and owners Matt and David Burke. Travis Cullen owns and drives number 3 Blue Bar. Jody Cullen the trainer. I'm a Rum Runner, the 4. Jody Cullen training for Robert Jones. Ed Hensley gets the call to drive. Colford Top Guy, the 5, driven by Trevor Henrys, trained by Kenny Oliver for 3 Lions Racing and John Howard. Travis Henry will drive number 6, Aaron Wood Big Mac. Tim Myers trains for David Almacioli. Here's 7, Summer Dancer, David Kelly in the bike. Mike Kwinowski trains for Fred Gilbert. Moving on over number 8, Tyler Borth, the driver. Carmen Asiello, the trainer. Dan Serafian owns. 9 is Long Shot Panic. Wayne Smith owns and trains. Jody Jamieson, the driver. And 10 Lions Frankie J, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is trained by Ken Oliver for 3 Lions Racing. That's your field. Race 12, High Five finale. Closes the night in 4 minutes. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Field for the finale lining up behind the gates. Full group of 10 to close things out on this Saturday 12 pack. 2-1, slight favoritism to the 6 Aaron Wood Big Mac. Dusty Lane Levi and Blue Bar getting plenty of support as well. Both of them now at 5-2. High five finale. Field behind the gate at the top of the stretch. It's post time. Twelfth race field picking up speed here. They come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And trying to leave out of there is Dusty Lane Levi on the inside. Quickly off the wings of the gate with Blue Bar. Now Summer Dancer drives out along with Colford Top Guy into the top 4. Along the inside fifth is I'm a Rum Runner, parked out and driving on Thiessen with Lions Frankie J. Then settling back is Long Shot Panic. He's got 3 beat in the early going. Moving on over the National Tier and trailing Aaron Wood Big Mac, 27-3 the opening quarter. Dusty Lane Levi shows the way. Blue Bar in second. Lions Frankie J continues moving forward at big odds. And then fourth to the inside there is Summer Dancer. The fifth one is Colford Top Guy. And then it's back to I'm a Rum Runner, who's followed by Long Shot Panic. 3 more lengths to moving on over, who's 2 in front of National Tier and 2 more to Aaron Wood Big Mac. Here is Dusty Lane Levi coming back around Lions Frankie J. Give and go situation. 56-1 down to the half. Taking over third is Colford Top Guy uncovered. Inside fourth, Blue Bar. Being brought to the outside, a second over fifth. David Kelly with Summer Dancers on the move. 2 in front right now of I Am a Rum Runner. That one's followed by Long Shot Panic. Starting up from the back is moving on over to the inside, Aaron Wood Big Mac. And 5 more to National Tier, who struggles at the back. Dusty Lane Levi and McDonald to 3/4 in 1:24-3. Lead at a length and a half. On a pocket sitting Lions Frankie J, who's brought back to the outside. Blue Bar is going to get a shot in the stretch in between horses, starting to close. Long Shot Panic up the inside. Now in the center of the track, both Colford Top Guy and Summer Dancer, but Dusty Lane Levi has got a lead of about 5 right now, and McDonald doesn't seem concerned. It's Dusty Lane Levi with an easy win. That's the third on the night for J-Mac. It's Blue Bar for second, charging late for third, Aaron Wood Big Mac, 152-3. Unofficial 2-3, 6-10, 7. $12 winner back in front of us, number 2, Dusty Lane Levi. 4-year-old bay getting by Lather Ups out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam Rock Be a Lady. Matt and David Burko in both Ford trains. James McDonald with the hat trick. Dusty Lane Levi starts his year with a win, the 13th of his career. Tonight, it's a lifetime best clocking, 152-3. Dusty Lane Levi, 2-1, takes the 12th. Here are the payouts from race 12. Number 2, Dusty Lane Levi, $6.90, $3.40, $2.20. Second 3, Blue Bar, $3, $2.10. Third 6, Aaron with Big Mac, $2.30. $16.90 for the exacta, $17.15 the try payout. Super is $90.20. Jackpot high 5 for $1, $350.85. The carryover to Sunday, $15,223.19, $63.20 for the $2 late double. And the $1 multis, pick 3, $226.75. Pick 4, $470.75. And the pick 5, $7,432.45. Saturday racing at Mohawk Park in the books. Have a safe drive home, everybody. Thanks for being with us. Racing returns tomorrow, night 3 of our 4-day stretch. Sunday 11 pack at 6:15 with the pregame show with Randy and John hitting the airwaves at 5:30. Hopefully you can join us then. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll see you on Sunday. Good night. 12th race field, picking up speed here. They come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And trying to leave out of there is Dusty Lane Levi on the inside. Quickly off the wings of the gate with Blue Bar. Now Summer Dancer drives out along with Colford Top Guy into the top 4. Along the inside 5th is I'm a Rum Runner, parked out and driving on Thiessen with Lions Frankie J. Then settling back is Long Shot Panic. He's got 3 beat in the early going. Moving on over the National Tier and trailing Aaron Wood Big Mac, 27-3 the opening quarter. Dusty Lane Levi shows the way. Blue Bar in second. Lions Frankie J continues moving forward at big odds. And then 4th to the inside there is Summer Dancer. The 5th one is Colford Top Guy. And then it's back to I'm a Rum Runner, who's followed by Long Shot Panic. 3 more lengths to moving on over, who's 2 in front of National Tier and 2 more to Aaron Wood Big Mac. Here is Dusty Lane Levi coming back around Lions Frankie J. Give and go situation. 56-1 down to the half. Taking over 3rd is Colford Top Guy uncovered. Inside 4th, Blue Bar. Being brought to the outside, a second over 5th. David Kelly with Summer Dancers on the move. 2 in front right now of I Am a Rum Runner. That one's followed by Long Shot Panic. Starting up from the back is moving on over to the inside, Aaronwood Big Mac. And 5 more to National Tier, who struggles at the back. Dusty Lane Levi and McDonald to 3/4 in 1:24-3. Lead at a length and a half. On a pocket sitting Lions Frankie J, who's brought back to the outside. Blue Bar is going to get a shot in the stretch in between horses, starting to close. Long Shot Panic up the inside. Now in the center of the track, both Colford Top Guy and Summer Dancer, but Dusty Lane Levi has got a lead of about 5 right now, and McDonald doesn't seem concerned. It's Dusty Lane Levi with an easy win. That's the 3rd on the night for J-Mac. It's Blue Bar for 2nd, charging late for 3rd, Aaronwood Big Mac, 1:52-3.